got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
the party, babe. Got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. 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 Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light.
You can stop the sea and don't just stop and go out. All you funky people, just join the funky line.
Girl, groove make your soul shaker.
Everybody sing along.
Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. 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 Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go. I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through.
control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we going to daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we going to daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. Bet big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we going to daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we going to daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, 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 your matter.
Is it that hard to call me back? After you say you call me back, passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. It seems I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. It seems I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Popped up on the flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link and I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers, EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in Valorant Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of Valorant by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another day of Game Changers here in the best region in the world, EMEA. Of course, we are getting very close to crowning another winner here at Stage 2. I'm your host Yingsu, and joining me today on the desk to find out which 3 teams will be our top 3 is Inami and Pilski. Welcome you guys. Inami, I could not find a better day for you to join us on the desk here. No bias, right, today?
Honestly, I'm not sure if I will be calling it the better day, because as much as I was happy about the wins yesterday, like 5 seconds later it hit me that one of them will disqualify the other, so I'm a little sad. I don't want to think about that for now.
Yeah, that's okay. We can put that off until later. We do have a different game to watch first, which is equally as exciting, right, Yinsu?
It is going to be very exciting, of course, that first game coming up. But let's take a look at the bracket and see what Inami was talking about, because the MENA representatives are getting better and better every single stage. But as you said, Inami, only one of them can make top 3. Who you got your money on?
It has to be Falcons, right? So with the Mary coming back, I feel like this is the season for Falcons to show off and to maybe make it to the top 1 and hopefully see them in the champs for once.
Yeah, I'm really liking the look of this bracket, and I was honestly quite surprised in the games yesterday that NASR was able to take the win over Carmine Corps there. I thought Carmine Corps was coming in for the full redemption arc, especially after maybe a bit of underperformance last year, hadn't really scored themselves too many points. You could make that same argument for BBL Queens going out a little earlier than they would have liked, but Falcons is a tough draw for anyone, NASR included.
I'm glad you mentioned NASR because we've spoken about in the last few days how big of a surprise everything has been. And Pilski, we got to say that NASR making it this far is definitely a surprise for some people considering how competitive the league is right now.
Yeah, they had a rough time going through contenders the first time, able to make it through the second time around, but looking at their performances in Stage 3 last year, as well as Stage 1 in this year, they haven't really been able to crack the top 4, and one of those top 4s was actually against Valiant, who was on a really good run, and they actually bombed out this season. I really thought that NASR was looking like a very strong team going into that game versus Valiant, and they really weren't all that competitive. So again, looking at them going into that top 4 qualification game this time around against the Carmine Corps, who's got some very, very good experienced players. I didn't know if they would make it, but they surpassed my expectations, and I'm eager to see if they can push it a little further, actually.
The other thing that I actually like about this graphic also is that it shows us the teams that came from the contenders. They failed once, then they came again, and now they're making it to the top 4. So if anyone wants to show off, contenders is your way.
Yeah, this is the thing. So many teams have made it through contenders. But for me, the biggest and most pleasant surprise this stage so far has been Sarah. Sarah 2. They call her Sarah 2 because she's always good for 2. But now she's good for not just 2, but like 1 million assists as well. She's had a role change. I think she's got a ton of experience under her kind of repertoire now. And she's looking incredible, Inami, as we head to the last 4 teams in this competition.
Yeah, when I think about Sarah last year, we didn't hear about her that much because she didn't have those sick plays or like flashy plays that will make us talk about her. But it seems like the role swap just fit her so much. Her coming in also as an IGL just makes her so valuable for this team. And you can see from her stat that she's been so consistent. And it shows you why Giants right now are one of the top 3 teams.
Yeah, I actually, seeing her go onto the G2 roster, being someone who's from a small domestic region that usually has one really dominant team, reminded me of a lot of pickups I've seen in the past. It can be a lot of pressure, and not everyone always excels when they're put in that situation, but it's clear that she's learnt a lot of, things from that experience, and also kind of reinvented herself and her playstyle. She plays a completely different role, and it's excellent to watch her really supporting the team well, making a lot of mid-round calls, and you can see from the way they play, like she sets up Smurfette so well to have impact.
I mean, she's that superstar initiator right now in Game Changers. I'm glad both of you mentioned the mid-rounds, the IGLing, because Giant X for the longest time didn't have an IGL. And I got to grill even the head coach, Asker, a little bit earlier and ask him why Sarah is now their new IGL. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by the head coach of Giant Eggs. It is Asker. Now, Asker, it's been a while since I've spoken to you. And the last time that I saw you, we had a conversation about how you guys don't have an IGL. And that was a unique thing about your team. And you guys made it work. But now you do have an IGL. So what's changed? And what's prompted, I guess, this change?
Basically, we didn't have an IGL, not because we wanted to not have an IGL. It was like more the fact that we couldn't find one that fits with the team, so it was like, okay, let's try to go with no IGL. I already had in mind that Sarah could be potentially an IGL in the future, but I didn't know when it will happen or when it will be like a good timing to do the like transition to no IGL to one IGL. We decided that the right timing was between the first and second stage. Like we made the change like maybe 1 month ago, 3 weeks, because I personally felt like it was the right timing. I felt like the team was kind of ready, like we already built like some structure, and everybody knew each other. I felt like also like Sarah, when she joined, she wasn't like she didn't have like that much energy, So I didn't feel like an idea like that will fit, but we kind of work on that, either with her and the rest of the team. So our energy levels now are like way higher, either in officials and in practice. So now it was like, okay, like this makes sense now, like she will like, she's not like right now IGLing or micromanaging a lot. It's just like someone that kind of like keeps keeps everyone in the same page. Because like what we noticed with the no IGL thing is that it was really hard to make plans round by round, like make something one round that will make sense in the next round, because we were kind of giving ideas, like different ideas from different players in different rounds, and sometimes those patterns didn't make sense according to what we did in previous rounds, So it was going to be really hard to keep improving with no IGL. So we felt like it was the right timing for everyone kind of.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. But I am a little bit surprised because Sarah is arguably one of the least experienced players on your roster. You have some seasoned players there. I think a lot of people maybe expected someone like Smurfette or Ness to take up this role. So why in particularly, what is it that you saw in Sarah that made you feel like she could be the best fit for this role?
I think the main reason is that she is a player that doesn't really get emotional. So she's usually in the same level. She doesn't get too hype or too depressed, let's say, during the game if things are not going well. And the fact that she listens a lot and it's kind of the perfect IGL for us, because she will just be either making her own plans, and if someone else is coming up with ideas, she's the perfect player to listen and be willing to do whatever the rest of the team wants. It's kind of a really open-minded IGL, and I feel like that was the main reason she would be a good IGL. Also, the fact that she said that she was willing to try during our trials, and for example, Ness or Smurf are not that comfortable on that role of IGLing. Okay, maybe we will try with Ness. She was more open to do it, and she said if it was needed, she will do it. But we felt probably Sarah was just the best fit for the team. This is what I say, that we didn't want to pick any IGL, and we wanted to commit with someone that actually will fit with the team, and we felt like Sarah was probably the one that will fit better with the way we want to play.
Yeah, I mean, she's smashing it on the server as well. So I was glad to see that you guys are evolving. Thank you very much, Aska, for joining me, and best of luck in your game today.
Thank you.
I mean, you heard it from him. They didn't just want any IGL, and EMEA helps when your IGL actually wants to be the IGL.
Yeah, when she wants to be the IGL, and also when she, like he said, she doesn't get so involved emotionally with the rounds. She will keep the same energy through everything, and that's very important to have in an IGL. You don't want to if the rounds are going not as good as you expected to be, you want someone who's able to just clear the thoughts and just be able to call for things again. And he also mentions that she's able to listen to everyone and just give them whatever they need so they can move on. So I think that's a very important thing to have in an IGL. And again, we talked about the consistency. I think it comes also from not being so emotionally involved in the game. So that's a good thing to have.
Yeah, and it's going to be very, very important in a big game like today. Giant X, they're going to be taking on G2 Gozen, the team that actually no longer surprises people because we expect them to make a final. We expect them to either even win multiple titles in a year. But this is the thing, though, for the side of Giant X, Pilski, they should know what to expect. And especially with somebody like Sarah on their team, she's played with G2. She knows how good they are.
Yeah, absolutely. And also both of these teams have just been consistently placing so high stage to stage. They're both racking themselves up a lot of points. So whether one of them wins stage 3 or not, it'll definitely be these teams that are in the conversation to be going through from EMEA, regardless of whether they come first next season or not.
Yeah, and let's talk about some of the other superstar players that we see on the side of Giant X. I feel like we can't honestly do any pre-match and talk about this team at all, Pilski, without mentioning these two.
I mean, Rescue, all of those stats that you see on the page, she's first in the competition. Yeah, G2. Looking at Rescue, I mean, all of those are, she's first in the competition. Vanya very high, and I want to say the first kill success for Rescue and Vanya, and as well as another graphic coming up. This is Omen and Jet specific, and the reason for that is something that impressed me about Vanya is that she's got very good first kill, first death success on Omen, and I feel like those agents in particular, the same for this graphic, in this current meta, are the agents that you need to keep an eye on for opening up rounds and creating, you know, those entry opportunities opportunities, and you could see that the success rate for all of these players is very, very high. Like if you're getting above 60%, you're very consistently finding the first kill in a round, and it's going to be great to keep your eye on these players, you know, in the opening portions of these rounds, especially in a big grand final like this. Getting a 5v4 advantage is huge.
Yeah, and also what was interesting for me in those stats is also the clutch percentage. Like not only you shouldn't pick them, but also if a rescue is left alone on the server, she's going to clutch it. 50, like 1 out of 2 clutches, she won those. So it's a very like important player to highlight in every single tournament, I feel like.
I mean, these 4, they're just dominating on the stats, they're dominating on the server. It's going to be a crazy head-to-head and clash as well. I think we have map vetoes ready. Let's take a look at the map vetoes. This is going to be a very important best of 3. The winner will be advancing straight to the finals. The loser will unfortunately have to play a best of 5 tomorrow. G2 taking away Ascent. Inami, not really a surprise. They've been taking away this map a lot this stage.
Yeah, they've been banning it a lot, and honestly, with how many Turkish teams we have and how many Turkish players, it's a must in a way. But also on the other side with GX banning the Breeze, so many teams tried to challenge G2 on this map, leaving it floating, but they got banished instantly. So no Ascent, no Breeze for us today.
Yeah, I think these bans really are good for both teams. Giant X has shown, and Ascent is by far one of their best maps, and exactly like Inami said, including the grand final of last split, Breeze has been really strong for G2, and for Giant X, they got smashed by NASR on it, so it's good they don't want to go towards... the first pick is pretty interesting. Split going through there for G2. They have an interesting comp I haven't seen too much, and I don't actually see any reps for Giant X on Split at the moment.
Yeah, the last time they played it was last stage, so we don't have that much data on it. They were banned on the second rotation or first this split, so we don't really have any data on them for them on it. But Sunset has been one of those picks that they always picked first whenever it was open, and the stats on them on it were pretty good. They won every single match on Sunset.
I mean, this is the thing though. Both of these teams, they're good on no matter where we go, it feels like, Pilski.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunset one, it was a very tight game that we saw between BPL as well as Giant X, but they're going to be quite comfortable picking that map. G2 lost to Falcons in a close game on it, and then lost it when they actually went and played the Duck relegation, which was in the main circuit. So not too many reps you've seen in recent memory for G2. I'm going to end things on Icebox. So, I mean, Icebox has looked like a pretty solid one for G2. They've won their last 3, including actually winning against that Duck team in the relegation. So that's a map that even bringing it into the main circuit, they're looking pretty confident on it. And the only time that we've seen Giant X playing this map in this stage at least was a 13-0 against Heroic Valkyries. So honestly, that's going to be a fair bit of momentum to ride into this third map if they make it there.
I don't ask for much in life. I need to see that Icebox. I need to see the Clove.
Yeah,
I don't care what happens on map 1 and 2. Give me Icebox. But let's take a look at Agent Select here. And what did you guys make of this? Like you said, Giant X's comp.
Yeah,
it's what we expected. Sorry.
Oh, go on.
Oh no, it's just like it's something we expected from them. I think that's the last thing they played on it. So we didn't see them play it much this split. So it's kind of expected for them to bring in the older picks, but I don't know how well they will hold against G2 Golden on this map.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a team not change split to split. It indicates a fair bit of confidence in that map itself. G2, you just don't really see too much fade on this map. So, you know, it's something that people were kind of tinkering with a while ago. But to see fade come through on split for G2 is going to be an interesting one. And it's always good to watch Mimi on the Breach as well. Like, I feel like going back the longest time watching G2 on this map, Breach with Mimi, and then it used to be Mary on the Raze. Now it's going to be Rescue. They've always got a lot of nice little plays they do on this map.
I will say though, no Astra for Jelena, but Omen is going to be very interesting here. I don't think I've seen her not play the Astra for a hot minute. And speaking of a hot minute, we've got 2 casters here standing by, ready to take us into map 1. It's Mitch and Tom. How are you doing, guys? You friendly?
That was a segue, Tom. That's
Speaking of a hot minute, I don't even want to go into what that could possibly mean, but all right,
I'm not
that's
sure.
one way to start the day.
Yeah, that sure is. Always one to set an interesting tone anyway, Stu. As we move on into this game, I'm very excited. I got to speak to Jolena when I finished out one of the other days, and, well, she seemed to think that they're in a much better position now to take on G2 Goes and then back in Instalock, where there were a couple funky rules around, but they were able to take them map or series for series. This is an opportunity for them to do it, though, when I guess things are back to normal.
Yeah, I think the thing is going into a series like this, especially with the first map up of Split, where I think G2 are fairly heavily favored. I like the fact that GX have tried to switch things up. It is interesting, though, because there was... I think you did an interview with Ness as well, or somebody did, where she said, I like playing the Initiator because I get to play more with the team. She's back on Sentinel.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing she's going to play the role, but not enjoy it at all.
Well, let's see. The way this map goes, I suppose, might define that. A defensive start for GX, and it looks like Ness will have a bit of a challenge on her hands. A lot of players from G2 steaming in towards this site, and the first fight goes her way. Ness holding on strong, taking down Petra, and then the support comes through. The wall dividing up the troops as well, and G2 couldn't approach this one as a team, isolated and dropped. It's only Mimi left.
Well, it was said on the desk they're excited to see Mimi play onto that Initiator, but I do think that this one might be a little bit of a bridge too far. A solid start for the side of GX, and I think they're going to need it. Like, this is a team that, they've said it themselves, we'll say it as well, when it comes to momentum, when they get rolling, when they're basically just demolishing players that we just saw in this round, this team can beat anybody. And that's what they're going to need today if they're going to have a chance at facing off against G2. They are the queens of GC EMEA for a reason, and have been the queens of the world in the past. See what Petra can do here. Any ultimate orbs would be nice. He's got a few of them though, that's for sure, but it's only going to be the one kill in the end.
Yes, it is. And you know, there's a reason when we talk about this squad. Obviously, they started it out a little shaky this season with the odd one out loss, but past that, all we can really talk about is a map being taken off them. That's the high praise we give to other teams is, oh, of course they picked this map. They beat G2 there. Realistically, there's not a map in sight, I think, that I would favor a team on. The reality is, though, for G2, maybe the fact that Split hasn't been played much for them. It's concealed somewhat, but who knows? Without those official reps, GX could find a weakness. I want to drum support for them because, hey, they have definitely got potential. This round should be one that GX get away with, you know, minimal losses. The first player to fall only has a ghost, but from here on out, it's going to be a rifle lost every time somebody dies.
Even these rounds will make me nervous. It's all about building up as many orbs as possible, not losing too much of that weaponry, and investing fairly heavily into the Bulldogs will give them quite a range advantage, but on a map where, well, I think as Petra's proven, a lot of the time that's not necessarily beneficial. You're going to see SMGs, Judges, and maybe even pistols work out fairly well. Well, for G2, okay, they haven't managed to confirm the round, but with so little invested and dropping a couple of those rifles, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, the early damage already being able to go blow for blow with weaker weapons, certainly a strong face in the first couple of rounds, at least in this one emerging. That's what we expect from G2. And the challenge now on the side of GX is how to invest. 2 rifles carried forward, both Bulldogs. They might want to bolster those with just full forcing into it, bring a confident base, but more often than not, especially on this map with so many tight choke points to play around, you're going to go for some weaker weapons. And indeed, we see 1 rifle, a Bucky, and then Ness playing around her utility and operating with just the Sheriff. So there's definitely a lot of weaknesses here, and we'll see if GX can at least make this round competitive even with those. Miori's down to 34 HP already with those spams.
I will say Ness is one of those players where I genuinely think there's an argument for her only playing Sheriff. Like, somehow it's just like, tell her 1 bullet will get a kill, but then she has to reset and she'll go, okay, I'm going to hit that 1 bullet. So it's definitely not the end of the world, but it is a much weaker purchase, playing it as a bonus. And for G2 already managing to garner quite a lot of control. Now, focus already has to be on this duelist battle as well. Smurfette versus Rescue. Well, there, you say her name, she appears. Rescue has been lights out this tournament so far. I think by far the best player. I don't think it's even arguable, but she is up against one of those sort of legendary Turkish duelists. So it's quite good to see the sort of the young up-and-comer face off against someone who's been around this scene for such a long time.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rescue seems in games where they dominate as well. Series, 2 maps, 2-0, often quite strongly in their favor, and they'll walk away with like 60 kills across both. Like when you're averaging 30 bombs per map and winning dominantly, yeah, you are the win condition for your team. Paranoia timing could have went terribly wrong, but it looks like Vanya's recovered nicely with Amy there to back her up and take both kills. it will only leave Smurfette to do this damage, and they've yet to drop a rifle. So the side of G2 feeling very good in this position. Amy tagged up a little bit, and the spray, okay, lands to the headshot of Vanya, but in the end, it will only be the one kill. A convincing response in round 3 from G2.
Yeah, and these are the sort of rounds that I think you can come to expect, especially when facing off against a bonus. Early mid control. I think ResQ, again, just fantastic at sort of taking that space. And there was a moment or two, like I think both times we saw Vanya take that fight, the timing was against her. Manages to win the first one, but again, just pulling out a smoke towards the late stages. So something she might have to consider with how, I guess, aggressive GX can be, because that's the thing with GX, a lot of their maps you'll see them really thrive when it comes to that attack. Now I will say this map for them so far in the last few months, they haven't really thrived anywhere. It might sound a little bit harsh, it's their opponent's choice. You expect G2 to win. G2 though have been really good at their defensive side, so if this is 5-6 rounds for G2, I think they'll be happy, which isn't necessarily the norm on this map. I think it's become very attack sided for a lot of teams. But for them, well, you're talking 10-2, 8-4 defensive halves in the last 2 GC games they played.
Looks like we're on the execute already to A. Player stuck up close. Ness was stunned, but the cage bought her a little bit of space to fight inside of. The element of surprise certainly played a big role in that battle, although she won't be able to get out of that corner. She's bought a little bit of timing. A blind spot that Sarah exposes. Smurfette not able to land the kill on sight. Expected an elbow. That'll be a free plant for G2. 3v3. They've left Amy down below, but nobody lurking out. They're kind of boxed in at the moment.
It's the best chance the defense has to immediately reset G2. They'll still have some finances to play with, no doubt, after keeping the last round nice and clean, but the second G2 get into this post plant, that is where they become their most scary. Bit of a team flash as they look to head around the corner, and they've got to try and clear Amy from this spot. Getting her out opens this up completely. She's already going to get 1-for-1 trade, and now you realize the rest of the players on the G2 side looking to fight a little bit more aggressively, and well, they win both fights almost instantaneously. A scoreline equalized, and unfortunately for GX, that'll be the economy in the bin.
It looks in those moments like players are taking such tight little angles, hiding in their hidey holes, but when you have that extra little bit of utility from Amy covering your back so you know these players can't make it down without you at least detecting them, it gives you that little bit of space to breathe. And then obviously your teammates on site, the second that Amy gets contact, are swinging out to trade on the back of it. Good protocols in play, and on the back of it, they will equalize the scoreline. Now for GX, the economy isn't in a pretty position. They've got 4 sheriffs and a Bucky moving into this round. No ultimates that can really buy them back into the round. This is going to be a tough one, but in Game Changers, these sheriffs can work wonders.
Trying to get some early info, especially in rounds like this where you can gamble, get players in the right place at the right time. Any information you can garner is going to be so important, but B main push didn't really tell them too much. Because of that, it's still going to be that split defense. So you can see that from G2 though. A lot of teams will opt in these anti-eco rounds to sort of group up, try and take the space together, but they have a pretty heavy lurk from Amy at the moment, and it is going to be pressured, but, well, she thrives in these scenarios. I guess that's why she can go on her own, bitch, if she just takes down both.
You can see the faith that they had in Amy as well. Before the first fight was even taken, they were rotating in. The space on top heaven, they know Amy ain't losing those fights most of the time. And this time, still going out for more. Not going to catch it, though. There's the headshot from Sarah, making it a bit more doable. Reveal doesn't land, so ResQ can't fire through that smoke, but will hold the position. We'll wait for somebody to challenge and walk through, and as it fades, there's the fight. Jolina down, blast pack out, and ResQ is safe. Miori and Sarah. Sarah down below with the rifle, but caught off guard by Vanya's positioning. And now, a sheriff and a Bucky left to fight back through a 1 versus 4. Look, it would be an impressive clutch, I'll say that, but ResQ has other ideas.
It's just one of those ego. I know there's someone in this corner. I'm going to use a snake bite, my only snake bite, to force her out of this corner. I was ResQ. Never mind. Like, just, it was like you blink and you don't even realize that you've already gone down to what was such a lightning fast shot. It's just disgusting. She didn't even get the gun out in time. That's how quick that was.
Yes, this should do.
What a round.
This goes here.
3-2. Economy settling for G2. It's in a very healthy spot, 4 to 6K. As they move into this round number 6, GX, they'll finally get a buy up. Those ultis haven't come online. One away from Showstopper, one away from Pit. Nice kill to start, though, for Ness. Pressure is on, and Amy spam is good. The reveal helps out a ton. And we have a lot of utility used in towards the site. It looks like Rolling Thunder has kept them in their corners for now, but Miori just about missed the timing as they crossed to site. Got another opportunity, but it was Vanya on the other side.
That Showstopper in. It's a little bit damaged, but I think she actually walks backwards into the trip, and in that time, Vanya has managed to take down another couple of players. Jolina, the last standing to try and fight versus 3. Mimi low, but this is your IGL. Just swings out, gives herself for that fight, so Petra can have the easiest trade of her life. The synergy between those two in and out of the server, I think, is unmatched in Game Changers, and well, you can sort of witness it there, how clean that was.
Yeah, I love this. The fact that you have a player spotting on the backside and then immediately Vanya's swinging. Like, you have to be so dynamic with your crosshair placement as you're ready for someone else to re-peek, to take that fight. It's another angle. They're popping up. It's like whack-a-mole. And the moles hit back. That's the problem. G2 4-2, and GX are going to call a timeout.
It's whack-a-mole, but the mole has the hammer.
Exactly.
Wait, what?
I was never good at that game.
I can tell you lost to the mole. Oh god, 4-2, and after winning the pistol in second round, we are, as said, firstly it's G2, secondly we're on their map choice of split, one that I don't think has been particularly good for GX recently, so it is kind of expected that G2 are going to run away with this. I'm more looking at sort of what those adaptations have come in from GX, because so far Ness on the Sentinels look pretty decent again. Like, we know she can play pretty much any role. I'm still waiting for the day we get her star Jet back in the server. But I think it's important that they take this early pause. Try and stem the bleeding up against a team that can very easily run away with maps against anyone. And making sure that this doesn't become a landslide attack half is pretty important for GX.
Absolutely. Yeah, this might not be the round that they put a stop to it, but it has to be a step in the right direction. Economy management would certainly help out. That nade certainly will not. Alongside, I believe, a seize from Petra. There was just no escape.
I think whether it was spam, whether it was the nade, I think anything could have taken her down in that initial duel. But again, you're just seeing the patience from G2. They're not going to overcommit. They're very happy to just work and sort of feel out the map. I think Amy has done a fantastic job of just taking deep space as that solo lurk on the A side of the map. And the rest of the team is expecting aggression. It's a round where you know your opponents are going to have a weaker buy, so you just don't want to give them any space to take any map control. But once nothing has really been spotted, we are going to get them now edging their way towards the B site. However, I will say GX have got a pretty good read. 3 players are now going to be here defending it, and the Showstopper even going to be committed, and even though it's stunned to oblivion, it's still going to get a kill.
And it is. Smurfette able to find the trade back, though, and perhaps a little bit more, although they're tucked in on the side as Mimi emerges around the back, and Petra through the smoke. Near perfect timing, and all the shots landing on the side of G2. It's only Smurfette one who found the first and will be the last. 5-2. G2 lose 2 players with their current economic situation. That's not a problem. And the real problem emerging is the GX now are going to put their credits on the line. They're going to have 4 ultimates coming into this round. We have to see some success.
Yeah, I think that ultimately a lot of what we're witnessing in these rounds is, I think GX are tunnel visioning in on a specific player. And a lot of the time, that means that someone else is able to strike. We saw it in the round with Vanya, where she's able to get 3 kills from the backside, sort of synergizing with another player who's the distraction. The same moments later, Mimi takes the distraction, and then you have Petra getting the kill. This round, they're focused elsewhere. That's a good early start, though. Getting rid of Rescue, normally the space taker, especially when you look at the agents that are in play for G2, you kind of need her for a lot of those opening fights. Even still, though, it seems like they're now going to quickly try and spot the gap over on that B site.
There's still so much utility to fight through, and that's been a problem.
those traps in play. Viper's Pit in mid will slow them, and G2, you can see they tried both extremities at the start of this round. They've fallen back from B, instead opting to take the space with Petra, just Petra for a moment. Amy is making her way now, but Petra's the one that has to find the value, and that paranoia just about catches her. She has made it to the side at least though, so a good anchoring position for this squad now to try and push back the rest of GX. Some smokes come up and its screen's blocked off. They have to be wary of Heaven. And there's 2 players up there. Sarah was thinking about peeking, but they've belayed that command, and it looks like, well, actually quite a quick response. They want to get on them just as the spike goes down, isolating as players are distracted on the site. And a good start with 2 kills going their way. GX in a 4 versus 2. Mimi and Vanya, the last 2 standing. And as Vanya distracts them in the open, Mimi rounds the corner. She's not even needed. Vanya was cleaning that up all by herself. 6-2. G2 are looking splendid to start out split.
I just like the idea that Mimi made a call there, maybe like, okay, you do something aggressive, distract them, I'll get the kills. She's going, yeah, no, I'll get the kills. And then I'll get the, I got the last one. That's the important, because Vanya is just a machine. Like, that's the thing. Like, we've hyped up Rescue, as we will, with the statistics she's been able to pull, the young 17-year-old duelist, but Vanya was sort of brought into this G2 roster as a finished product. Like, this was, oh, BBL, yeah, you're getting kind of good. You're kind of good. Vanya's like top in the stat sheet. We'll take her.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, and since then, Vanya, well, it's been success after success. I think there's no doubt we expect this G2 roster to go on to another victory and, well, basically represent the region, because that's the team that G2 have built. And it doesn't seem like moving away from a Turkish roster either has really been any detriment to her ability.
Paranoia here. I think the idea was to follow up with Smurfette, but she's kept back. G2 just give up that space completely. Having burned a lot of utility up out of the GX side, when you see those numbers, you don't want to commit. And when your opponents are on an eco, the weaker weapons. Oh, okay. You sometimes want to challenge them in the open on the long range angles, but through the smoke, apparently they're not even safe. That's 1 for GX, but the weaponry disadvantage is about to become glaringly obvious as Rescue runs around the site alongside Vanya, and they're cleaning it up. Damage done. And finalized. 45 HP with the last, and it's easy for G2. 4 players alive, economy thriving, and many rounds to the good.
Yeah, I think they're fully in the groove at this stage. 7 rounds in a row. I don't mind the fact that we're seeing a lot more aggressive, like, mid-round plays come out from GX in an attempt to try and get up in their faces, but the problem you have against this G2 roster is they have such a strong default. There isn't a weak link that you can try and pressure. You try and push over towards A, you're going to meet Amy. You try and push down mid, you probably meet Vanya. Like, it's not an easy task whatsoever. And GX right now just haven't really been able to find any sort of gap. At least now back with the buy, but ults, well, the main that are online are not going to be the most helpful. And it seems like G2 might have an idea to try and switch up the pace a little bit here, as they now have 4 players A side.
Well, they've been able to walk up into this position a couple of times and take the fight in Heaven. No doubt that's the idea. Instead of sending Amy to do it, they'll send Rescue alongside Amy. Double it up. And that is a dangerous duo, but still leaving a player B, players mid, looking for that aggression that you said we haven't really seen from GX. And I suppose G2 are expecting it eventually as they show presence. It's starting to look like the same play, but the aggression instead comes out on the top of ramp. That's where Rescue's able to strike. But unfortunately, the trade's out. Keep it in a 3v3. Unfortunately for GX, really, because while there's 2 players on A, it looks like G2 is looking into the B side to isolate Jolina. And the information doesn't actually land safe from that. In fact, we may see... Anyways, they found Jolina, so it's all good.
Oh, it's like Petra just went, I think that might have slightly missed. I'm just going to full sprint pre-fire it just in case. You don't even stand a chance. It's actually absurd. The last 2, Ness, Sarah, to try and turn this round back. It was definitely one of the closer with that aggressive A main take, but waiting with a stun. Actually, that's going to be a clear out immediately, but they've got to get past Vanya into that 1v1, and actually Ness is going to take that home. It looked like the timing was going to work out, but quick enough reactions from Ness once again. is going to put a round on the board for GX, a well-needed one as well.
Finally breaking the win streak of G2. That momentum was ridiculous, and the snowball has come to a halt at long last. And it's good reactions from GX, not getting information in the early round anywhere else on the map. And then they know there's a player on top ramp. They've seen Amy lurk in that position before, so they decide to strike. And I love the fact that G2 almost planned for that. I would literally plan for that. ResQ was hiding the entire time. The boombot went past her, and that makes them think, okay, that's the lurk. Let's all three push and kill the lurk. And that's where ResQ probably gets like 3 kills in 99% of the rounds. But this one time, they're able to deal with it. They're able to trade it out, and they end up with a round 4. And I like that proactive approach. This time, a proactive approach would not be good. 5 players from G2 ready to blitz into B.
Space taken. Jolina spotted. Counter flash is perfect. And actually, Sarah, Max survives for a second, but blink and you miss it. The round's basically over within the first 30 seconds. Ness and Smurfette, the Turkish duo. Such an unbelievable amount to do. The finances are in the bin as well. Like, they managed to save just 1 rifle in the last round. It looks like they might get the same here. If Smurfette gets a single kill, that will be the showstopper online, but at the same time, the only player with any extra credits to play with, it has to be a save.
Yeah, it's the right call, but what a response from G2. They give a round away with close battles across the map, and then they just decide to show what the pack mentality can get you. 5 players blitzing in, and next to no response from GX, understandably. But now puts them in a pretty rough position. This final round is going to be contested with G2 sitting pretty, Rolling Thunder there to work with. I mean, if you think the blitz approach we just saw there was bad, imagine adding a Rolling Thunder to it. In fact, you've seen what that looks like before. And somehow, I mean, that is perplexing that ResQ does not die there. Like the stairs, I thought, gave the advantage to GX, but no, that was just another step on the way towards victory. And now look at the credits, Tom. After winning a round and losing, GX are in a rough spot.
Done. I would say, yeah, you're going to have some heroics. I guess maybe Ness's Sheriff through a smoke might help them out a little bit, but it does seem like after G2 spotted that aggression, they're going, okay, let's just group up. Go for these faster paced plays. Well, chances are we run into 1, maybe 2 players. In this case, none. The only thing they have to worry about is just clearing out some of those extra trips, and it's just going to be a full-on retake. But with weaker weaponry, that's not going to get any easier. And they have a Rolling Thunder as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is it. You thought about the blitz and how dangerous it could be if they make their way into the site. Now
they're all going towards Mimi.
They can cancel this out completely. The retake from GX could be an absolute disaster. Rolling Thunder ready to go. Will it even be used? Will it be used in time? Actually, Smurfette quite quick running down the ramp, finding herself nothing but a bullet to the head. The same as Ness. The wall bang successful. Another kill for Amy with 3 on the board already. Sarah's got next to nothing to do, and that Rolling Thunder, the looming threat of the round, can cancel out a defuse even if Sarah was to grab 3. And there was no need for it until the half is already over. 9-3. After losing the pistol in the follow-up, that's a pretty damn good half for G2.
Yeah, and the only round that was won other than that was a clutch. It was a 1v2 clutch from Ness, so it literally just has been an absolute masterclass. I said it at the beginning, I think when it was 2-0 to GX, that normally G2 statistically have better halves on the defense, which is a pretty dooming sentiment. I will say, normally GX show themselves better on the attack. So I guess that's the one silver lining. Is a lot of again, this map has not been great for them in general, but when they do thrive, it's always been on that attacker side. That's where you see the likes of Smurfette really rise to the occasion. That's exactly what they need. Because I think even just making this map a little bit more competitive in the second half, warming up into the series, because if you go into that map 2 of Sunset flat, it's not going to go well.
No, not at all. At the same time, we see teams, even thinking back to yesterday, we see teams lose a map 13-3, 13-4, and bounce back immediately after, right? It can be easy to shake it off, but I agree. You want to see just a couple of rounds towards the end that show you, okay, we at least got our footing. We may have stumbled a little bit, but we're back in our stride. Now, same play that we've seen from G2, but this time it's GX. Ness going up to Heaven, trying to find the space, but a much more passive hold out of G2. It is the breach up in Heaven, first of all. There's a cam there to spot as well, and nobody's out in the open where they can be challenged. They're wanting just to spot the information and allow GX to step in.
That's a lot of pressure to be put onto Amy, but
I found my wire.
arguably the best Sentinel we have in the league is gonna go fighting. It actually doesn't manage to win that duel. That leaves the site completely open, and these pistol rounds have been the only success so far for the side of GX, and it's looking like they might be in that spot again.
It definitely is. The stars are aligning for it. And that injection of rounds will be very valuable. Miori up top alongside Ness. Timing is terrible, but in fact, I may be wrong. A leg might have been spotted as Petra emerged from the smoke on the other side. Nice stuff by Mimi, but it's not going to last too much longer. 2 kills is good, but there were 3 still standing. That's 9-4 for GX, and a chance to recover and close in this gap.
It's something at least. It's said. We've seen it on their attacks, but the buy round so far, well, it literally 9-1 in favor of G2. So I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer before I start believing in the comeback. Same purchase again on the attack using those Bulldogs, which I'll say on a lot of maps I wouldn't be too against. I do think on Split it's a little bit peculiar, because I think there's much higher chance of you losing a gun on this map in particular, because it's so close range in a lot of fights. But I also think there's a lot of value in just having a stinger or two, just to sort of send in first, or maybe do the same thing with a couple of pistols and have the rifles on the other side. For now, though, it's a very passive hold. So the plan is clearly to just wait for them to push, and that's exactly what G2 have done.
Toxin screen down.
Very aggressively, in fact. Miori's tucked into the spawn thinking she could get away, but, well, the fight is going to have to be taken. Cage to get up close. Miori farming up those orbs, but eventually she'll fall. 30 HP in the difference, but did very well. Grabbing those orbs could help out here on the attack and locking down some of these positions with the Viper's Pit. Last 2 players coming up behind, one with a Bulldog. I think they're going to be looking to drop some more weapons out of the hands of GX.
Either that or a spike death, just to make sure that they don't give anything else over. But I'm not sure G2 are going to be too worried just yet about their opponents getting extra orbs. I don't think that's been too much of a problem for them so far. Mimi now the one with the rifle, who has managed to get a couple of kills in the last round, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be anything more. Nice and clean, 4 players surviving. I think that extra gun, yep, is going to be retrieved by Ness as well, so GX will have a pretty solid buy going into this next round.
Yeah, you're thinking about the orbs, even the Bulldog, right? The assumption of players playing a pistol. I can't see that crossing G2's mind of like, oh, if we both die and don't get a kill, that's probably not going to happen most of the time. But GX do shut them down. 4-round gap. It's manageable. It's doable. And with 4 rifles coming into the next, this is a big difference to the round 3 that we saw in the last half, where they were really scrapping. There were pistols across the board, like 2 pistols, a Bucky having to come out. Perhaps it was 1 pistol, a Bucky, and they 4-spot a Vandal. I think that's what they ended up doing. But this one's much lighter on the economy. It is a bonus, but they have some serious teeth to it. So G2 still have to be careful in this round. It's not the guaranteed victory it seemed to be in the last half.
For now, a lot of presence by the attack in mid, and Smurfette, there you go. As said, this is the half she always thrives in, those opening battles, the tip of the spear, and taking down Rescue. Solid stun, but actually Sarah even more stunned up. It is one of those just, well, another topic of buffing the breach stun, because it didn't look like she had any problems winning that fight.
No, the cosmetic stun didn't do much, unfortunately. 3 versus 5 at this point. GX look to group up, take this to a site together, and it looks like the challenge will be landing on Vanya's lap. Not an easy opportunity. There's going to be a lot coming her way. Nade hasn't gone near her. It's towards the elbow, so she's safe for now, but that's a wall-bangable spot the second she's seen. So many shots will be firing back. She needs to drop players. At least lands the first with Smurfette down. Sarah as well. Almost Unbelievable results from Vanya, and this makes it doable. Amy found one in the meantime, but after being dropped, it's only Mimi left. The challenge up top. She's crossing in the open, and she's being dropped. Miori finding the kill in the end. GX will land it.
Yeah, I think that this round wouldn't have even been particularly competitive if it wasn't for just the miracles pulled off in that A-site defense. It's always terrifying walking into Vanya, but she's very close to getting that third kill as well, by the way. It is a little bit disjointed by GX, and that could have been enough for her to just take that one over. Even still, though, there we go. Another buy round onto the board, and a bonus one at that for GX. Already starting to show what they can do on this attack side, and now for G2, it's only going to be some pistols.
Dare I say the easy round for GX? With this squad that they're up against, I'm not so sure. They have to be careful, and you can see they are being. B push is open, so someone's going to have to clear that in a little while. In the back of your mind, utility covering A as well as 2 players, and in fact, instead of going back and wasting down the clock on individual challenges holding B, they will instead rotate over to A. 5 players looking to break through. The reveal has caught 1, 2, in fact. A little bit of information to play with, although it doesn't seem like G2 are going to over-rotate. Very slow on shifting over, and perhaps that's because Vanya's there. Nice kill to start.
It's going to be the 1-for-1. Flash doesn't actually catch. Now Petra left alone within the site. A couple of bullets, and Sarah's done the damage. Leaves Amy and Rescue to try and turn this back. Now, Rescue's got there fairly quick, but it's expected. They know that there's going to be some cheeky, risky plays attempted in this round by G2 and GX are rolling with the punches. But now, it's more down to how much damage can Amy do. Can she drop some of these guns, make things a little bit more costly? And financially, not going to be any problems. And in fact, Sarah very quickly deals with her opponent.
Well, I think at a certain point, Tom, 7 rounds in a row, perhaps, I was starting to worry more so that this was going to be G2 just running away with it, as they have in most of their games, right? Everybody's paid the tax, bar odd one out. But it looks like there's a serious challenge. And this is exactly what Jolena was talking about, that they've built their fundamentals. They've worked as a team to be in a better position to be able to take G2 down at long last. And well, this is G2's map pick, not one that we come into. It's not like they've been playing it every series. It's not their home turf, but it's where they wanted to take it in this series. And now they're calling a pause. They've been pushed to that extent. That alone is a good sign for GX.
Yeah, and the more so the resilience, because I think that's always been with a lot of teams we've witnessed is the second they start going down to G2, it's just gone. Like they get steamrolled, snowballed, whatever you want to call it. And a lot of teams haven't been able to really make that comeback. Now, the pistol definitely helped, and we've only seen a single buy round so far. So I'm not counting my chickens just yet, especially now that G2 have taken themselves that tactical pause, had a moment to sort of talk things through with the coach about maybe some earlier mistakes. And it seems like we may even have a tech alongside it. Hopefully nobody spilt, I don't know, any coffee on their tech setup. That would be very silly.
No, you'd never do that, Tom. Surely a latte in the power cord. Come on, it couldn't happen.
No.
It was tragic as well. Frankie was talking about how beautiful, like when the latte is just perfect and the milk is starting to mix in, and she said she was admiring it right before she sent it flying for the setup.
So if anything, it was almost deserved.
Deserved? What do you say that,
if you're hyping up your coffee that much, I feel like it deserves. It deserves to fly.
Oh my goodness! I don't know. Let her enjoy her coffee, Tom. I guess she can. It was all over the PC and the floor. But
I'm sure the power supply enjoyed it.
No, apparently it was making some noises, so I'm not sure.
You should probably turn it off at that stage, I'll be honest. Normally when you spill liquids on electrical appliances, I would advise turning them off.
Just keep going. Let it. It's like an oven. It'll just fry it out. It'll evaporate with the heat. Don't worry. Don't actually do that. You'll fry your setup. Don't spill water or liquids on your setup. That's the key. And if you do, let them dry out. And pray. Spilled 2 liters of Fanta once on my keyboard. It survived, kind of.
Cover your entire house in rice.
Yeah, it's the only way, unfortunately. Well, for G2, 2 rounds and in between them and their opponents, they've called a pause, and on the back of it seems like they're set up play around that mid angle as we've seen before, but quickly rotate into A. 2 players set up top, looking to fight them on the choke point instead of baiting them into the site and then executing, or perhaps even run for the retake after. But Heaven, for one thing, is going to be secure by G2 unless there's a big fight in GX's favor.
Yeah, there's been a lot of delay. I think the Seekers also didn't really tell them too much, but Ness has managed to find the opener onto Petra. Vanya and Mimi in a little bit of a nasty crossfire once again, and even then I think there was an extra stun just to make things that little bit more awkward. Spike now dropped, 30 seconds left. Jolina, a bit of a quieter performance from her so far, and while it's only going to be the one now left on to Ness, has had clutches already. A 1v2 was probably the most important round they had in the last half, but this would have to be the best of them. And again, those crossfires from G2 are just that little bit too strong.
Yeah, it's the player that's so deep in the angle being the first contact, right? So by the time you take that fight, you saw Ness try to isolate, move back around the corner so she could look just at the balcony and take that fight in the window, but you can't do it. You're too far into the angle, committed for the first kill. Good setup, a good result for this round. You can see the plan from the start was either mid or Heaven. Wherever the push comes in from GX, they would have a very quick rotate in, and if the fight doesn't come in there, well, then it's only B main. You're siphoning them into your Cypher setup. So I love those ideas, and you saw the success of them here. I do think like an element of GX, it was unlucky that they decide this time to move towards the Heaven control. If they smoke off Heaven, move site, they might even get a plant out of it. But again, G2 are allowing them to do that because they're comfortable in their A site retakes.
Well, this time GX are going to be the ones taking a pause, and maybe a bit of a preemptive one, but I guess when you're still only 3 rounds away from catching and 3 rounds away from losing the map, you want to make sure those pauses come in a little bit early. And I do think there have been moments where G2 have had easier times isolating Jules, especially when it comes to those crossfires. That's where you kind of need somebody covering those angles. So it might just be something a little bit earlier. I'm just going, okay, there's something we need to fix, otherwise this could very easily get out of control. But now, though, finance is actually better still for the side of GX. They have got plenty available for this round. And even ultimates, you've got that showstopper, but you also have Viper's Fit very close.
They have a lot of impact on the round if it is found. You can see Miori is currently right inside B main. The orb's there for the taking. Players backing off while some are. Vanya's decided to go all the way through, committing to From the Shadows. Showstopper comes in. It's Smurfette looking for one and finding Vanya fresh from the shadows and back into them. Backside challenge. The stun is good. Rescue and Amy picking up 2 and looking for a little bit more, even on 30 HP. The damage that Rescue is doing is a big difference maker. Miori can't think about putting that Viper's Pit up now, surely. On 36 HP, stray shots will take her down. Might almost be a disadvantage. This is a tough position to play from. They want a pick. They need it before they can even think about going for that spike. The ground is covered from every angle, and there is no way forward. G2 with another round on the board, and a pause from them, a pause from GX. It doesn't matter. Those attackers can't find the answer.
The thing I always love is just an absolute joy seeing Mimi play, because I think in the majority of teams, including this one, she has the mechanical ability that you could put her on a superstar duelist and she would fry. Like, I don't think there's anyone who questions that. You watch her ranked game, she is better than like 99.9% of people in terms of aim. But her breach stuns and flashes are just so, like, you always see the timing of G2's peaks off of her stuns. I think her calling now for this team makes a lot of sense because she can almost sort of dictate from the back. And in that round, there were just so many fights that just became awkward for GX players because of that supportive utility coming in. This round, well, there's going to be none of it because she's dead already.
Yeah, no chance to support in a fight like that. They just emerged from the smokes all at once, all around. Position for Vanya. Down below on the rope. Contact for Rescue. They'll pull Vanya through. No, in fact, it will get this. Oh, nice. The flash through. The showstopper in. The kill on Smurfette. The push up from Sarah through the nade. Forced to take a fight, and it's a headshot that lands. 2v4 in the back of it. And now a real problem emerging for GX. I mean, they have put their credits into this round. They want to find it here. But Rescue puts a pin in it. This one is done 12-7. One more round for G2. And they have 5 chances to take it across the line.
That's funny. There was a moment a round or so ago where I was going to go, it seems like Rescue's gone a little bit quiet. But I was like, you know, I'll hold my tongue. I'll hold my tongue. It didn't last long. Again, though, like the supportive paranoia that came through from Vanya, that was all just a lovely little setup that GX just happened to walk directly into. Running through the smoke to kill off Jolina, that was a little bit more of just sheer aggro. But again, when you have a duelist that's this solid, you don't really need to do much more. 12 and 7. Ults in the favor of the side of GX, but that's about it.
Scout destroyed.
Maybe they can manage to use them to their advantage, but realistically, you know, you say ults in favor. The impact of Nas perhaps with the Viper's Pit could be there. Of Jolina's ultimate, again, it's very difficult. Very few players and very few scenarios for those players where that ultimate can have a big impact here on the attack side. It always comes with a gamble. Look who's on the rope. Mimi, once again, stun already used though, so this time it wasn't combined with it. She backs off, and they go to kill Mimi. They run into Rescue. Down below, a nasty position from Amy, and they're not clearing her. They're looking all over the site, walking straight past Amy. The spike's being gifted. The advantage, only for a moment. Sits 4 versus 2. And G2, sure, they have to back off for a moment. They can't pressure the site. The players are too far away. They'll give a plant over. They've got the advantages, and they've got the breach utility, the paranoia on the way back through, Tom.
Spike planted.
So many opportunities. The stun being set up from afar.
One enemy remaining.
Time to just clear out that corner, and while Smurfette plays it off angle and heads off with it a second, is left onto Jolina. An attempt at a clutch, and the distraction is made by Rescue to help out Vanya in the end. A nice display to finish off this map from G2, and although there was a mini comeback, a 4-round comeback, that was extinguished moments later.
Yeah. There was a glimmer of hope, and it quickly faded.
It was the moment you said it, actually, I think.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I once again apologize. It seems to happen too often. You know, for a second, that last kill, I was almost certain Rescue was the one finding it, blast packing in. It just would have made sense. Didn't seem like she could do anything wrong. And, well, you could almost say that for G2. They had a very convincing performance here. A hiccup or two, mostly pistol rounds. And from there on out, it was a dominant scoreline. And, okay, the one upside here, Tom, is that was their map pick, right? We move on now to the comfort of GX. They were able to scrap in a couple of rounds, and hopefully they'll be able to take it across the line. For now, though, we're going to toss this one off to a break, and we will be back in a little bit with our analyst desk.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
As well. I think we have map vetoes ready. Let's take a look at the map vetoes. This is going to be a very important best of 3. The winner. Honestly, Petra, my queen, pop off. You deserve it. You celebrate however you want. G2, of course, they continue their winning ways, and I'm back here with Inami and Pilski. Pilski, they had us in the second half. Pistol.
I mean, they had us in the pistols, that's for sure. They had both the pistols. They won a bonus. The gun rounds, let's not talk about the gun rounds so much, especially the, 4v2s and those kind of gun rounds where they were definitely winnable, but that's where the G2 star power comes in. You think you're coming in for the 4-on-2 retake. You've done it 1,000 times in scrims. You win most of those, and then you get 3K'd by Vanya, and your money's broke again, and all you have left is tears.
Looking at the score, honestly, it's hard to believe that they did win the pistols and they did win the bonus, but then they just couldn't find the success that they were hoping for. Yunsu, you pointed earlier, something that I missed, is that they did change the comps actually, and maybe this shows that they didn't have as much prep on this map as they would have hoped to, because we've seen some different agents coming in, but again, they didn't have that much success.
No, they didn't indeed. As you guys can see from this graphic at the bottom, as Pilsy said, they want both pistols. GX, as in they had a bonus in there as well. But in the end, Inami, as we take a look at round 11, it just felt like maybe if GX just got a few more rounds on their defense and they could stop the bleeding a little bit, this game could have been a little bit closer.
Yeah, this is the round that I believe were requested because of the B executes. They had a very good B executes on this round. But yeah, it's just the G2 being so explosive, and it's something we expect. Like, Petra is quick to get the info, and then we see Rescue just coming in so quick, getting a kill, like not being scared, pulling the showstopper right after and getting even more kills. And she's so solid on these. Like, when you have a player like Rescue, we highlighted her before, but I feel like we should highlight her even more. It's a player that showed so much improvements through the whole tournament, and it feels like she's unstoppable.
Yeah, especially when supported well by Util. I mean, that G2 comp, I love the way they played it. The B executes were great. They had a few A set plays as well, but also they defaulted a lot earlier on in the half, and, you know, using the fade to be able to find info, the Cypher to deny info as well with the cages, and then going and hitting the site in the mid round as well. They showed a lot of different looks on attack, and it didn't really feel like Giant X had a great idea of how to stop them.
Well, this is the thing. It's not over, because we are going to move on to Giant X's map pick of Sunset shortly. And this is the thing. They've shown so far they're able to win pistols. They're able to even win a bonus. And if they can carry on at least that form onto Sunset, Pilsky, I don't see a world where this doesn't go to map 3.
I mean, their Sunset, you know, they had a very, very close game against BBL. They smashed Carmine Corp on it. They had a close game versus Focus in the groups as well. They played the same comp for a little while, and it's looked pretty solid, I would say, for Giant X. It seems like they have a lot of depth on that map, but definitely a closer game than they would have liked. Over on the side of G2, actually both of these teams playing a pretty similar comp, except for the change in initiator. But G2, at least last time that they played this, they did play the same comp that they just played on Split. So everyone's just going to run it back with the same agents, as far as I can see here from their last game.
Yeah, and even if they lost that map, it was against Falcons. I don't think that loss will hurt them as much, because it was very close. It was 10-13 for Falcons. And we're seeing once again Petra with it's the same comp again. So we'll see the same explosiveness from G2. We'll see the same idea coming in again. And if Rescue is able to get the same performance as last game, it will be sadly over for Giant X.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Giant X is going to do on this map. I remember the BBL game well, and it was a lot of clutches from Jolina. It was a lot of double entries from Smurfette, and it was far from a clean game. They're definitely going to need to kind of iron out a few of these messy rounds, because that's what they were really getting punished for last map against G2. You know, the 4v2s where the spacing's not quite right. You know, BBL might not punish those as much, but G2 is going to punish those every day of the week. All of these players individually can multi-frag and shut down a round for you, so there's really much less room for error.
Well, that comp worked for G2 on Split, but I actually prefer the Gecko, and I want to know what these two think about it, Mitch and Tom. Do you have a preference?
Do I have a preference? You know, I'm not sure. I like some agents. What about you, Tom?
I like purple.
Okay. All right. I didn't know you were that big of a fan of that strong of an opinion. Learn something new every day, I suppose.
No, I think genuinely the Gecko on this map, I think, is a preference. I think it's become a mainstay, like getting you into the afterplants, the pop flashes you can do on either side for information, I think have huge amounts of value. However, again, like I think Petra's just very, very comfortable when it comes to the fade, and it's not like it doesn't work, especially for them. So I wouldn't say it matters to a crazy degree, but to answer Sue's question, I do prefer the Gecko.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Gecko stan. The utility gives you so much to work with, but we'll see. Sometimes between teams it doesn't come down to composition, Tom, and that could be what we see here today. But for GX, we said this is their comfort zone. This is where they wanted to play their map choice. And as a consequence, G2 decided to start on the defensive side. Take a look at the map. Players up in elbow at the barrier, itching to get into this fight. Utility right off rip. And it looks like a very aggressive stance from both sides. Jolina straight into the fray. Already taking down Rescue, a big player to drop. And Pistols have been where GX have found a lot of rounds. This is a good start, at least equalizing and taking down the big player for G2.
They've lost one in equal matter, I'd say, though. Jolina definitely had some high impact rounds in the last, and for GX, I think they're going to be quite happy. They get to start out on that attacker side of their own map choice, which again, I said it before, I'll say it again. I think this is where their team finds a lot of the best rounds, a lot of their best halves in general. But now, though, it seems like the read is a little off from G2. Two players still deep within that B site, expecting a rotation. And to get them into position in time is going to take a while. So that clock will already be ticking against them.
Yeah, and indeed it is. Sarah's utility online and ready to go. You can see Breach Stun lined up, and there it is. The follow-up, not quite there, but it does slow them down. Some serious damage done through the boxes as well. And Sarah repositioning for the aggression towards the spawn. Following up on the Amy kill at least. There's Sarah locking down spawn control. Ness in trouble. Seized on sight, but still managing to find the kills. Both of those hers. And that will be 1-0 for GX.
Yeah, I'd like the calling in this round. I think that GX just sort of slowing down after that initial fight, like not looking to sort of just dive straight into the action. It puts some doubt in the minds of G2. You can see them stack a couple of players into the B site, have a couple of players still playing a sort of mid-rotation, and because of that, GX were able to get into that post plant relatively for free and then have some more proactive post plants once they got rolling. This round, though, is going to be a blender. G2 are about to try and push mid, and there's 3 players waiting for it.
Ready and waiting, firing away, grabbing kills as they go. This is the problem. Straight into the meat grinder, and down they go. Classic left from Mimi, and no chance in that fight. That is 2-0, and a strong second round for GX. Nobody lost. This is very much what we saw in the last map, second half. And they were able to bounce off that into a round 3 victory with bonus rifles.
And Andalusia flawless, exactly what you want after that. Some of the sort of shakier moments we've seen. The fact is, though, this is where things really get interesting, because we've already witnessed this from G2. They get the rifles in hand. I think they only lost, what, 3 rifle rounds in the previous map. So
that's right.
Ultimately, we know that ultimately once they get to this stage, it definitely gets a bit tougher. But as said, this is GX map choice. This is a map that hasn't been played as much for G2, and when it wasn't as successful. So see if they've come up with much in terms of their changes. For now, at least, it's looking like GX might just have a path into that B site with a couple of players waiting for them.
Well, although the spike was there just moments ago, right in the choke point, it does seem like this is going to be a shift back towards Miori, or possibly even just a wait for the mid split while Miori distracts and tries to drag some rotations towards that side of the map. A very passive hold coming through from Mimi in the spawn, trying to be ready to put that utility down on either side. Quicker rotations. The stuns can come through. They know there's no mid push thanks to this trap, which will be spotted by GX very early on. You're always going to expect, there's no challenge on mid, that there's at least the trap there. Stun used. Has got Rescue. Nicely done. Both kills going their way. G2 even have Mimi watching the back. That rotation, we talked about her being in spawn, and well, she filled in the gaps as soon as that trap broke. Beautiful play from G2.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, well, another Andalusia flawless back-to-back for either side. I think G2 are going to start some sort of committee to just remove pistol rounds from the game, because they would just dominate. That was so clean. And again, I feel like this team's awareness of pretty much everything. Like, I'd love to be in the comms, because I feel like this team must have everything so clean for just every single player in the way that they move and peek in terms of their teammates. And we do have ourselves the Thrash available online, not to be confused with Thrasher, as some people call it. Pavlos.
The Thrasher.
The Thrasher.
Sounds like someone that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would take on.
Yeah. I was gonna say it sounds like some sort of off-brand pirate.
Oh,
it is
okay.
like he was the Thrasher.
I be Thrasher. I can see it. Very intimidating. Big rotation out of G2. Bit of presence on A. Nobody spotted. They fall back. Move towards a mid play, towards support on B. This is leaving all the pressure on Petra. Now has a good idea that there's a few players on their way. Stun is good, but a little bit late. Petra just about rounds the corner in time. Nade back from Rescue, isolates a fight, grabs a kill, and Rescue's not giving up the angle just yet. It's tough with elbow lost. There's a few angles open, like Rescue has to stay tucked behind the box, and Thrash, the Thrasher, is on the way, looking to take down someone, to spot someone. No information, and Petra rounds the corner at the right time. Smurfette able to surprise her, although she goes down to Rescue, still on the site, 70 HP, and locking down Nest, the 1v1 for now. But Vanya's joining the fight, and that is not a fight you're gonna win most of the time. Vanya and Rescue closing out the second round for G2.
Yeah, and it definitely got a little bit dicey in the middle. I think the Thrash being able to, last second connect onto Beamy. I think this round would have been over in a second if it didn't. And it gave an opportunity for a fight back, but again, just the double peak towards the end. A little bit disjointed, but it was enough to make things awkward for Ness. And that's the thing, Ness back on a comfort roll, back on that initiator. Still putting up those numbers, but unfortunately, not quite enough for them to keep their economy up in this stage. They're going to have to go back to some pistols, a solo rifle available for Smurfette. Looks like now they're going to try and put the pressure onto Amy, but this, I'll be honest, Mitch, this B site defense, I think it's going to be tough to break.
Yeah, I should think so. Not only the paranoia, but the stun that can come through afterwards. Amy on the off angle to take down Nest, the TP through from Vanya. They are absolutely dismantling these pistols, and there's no way, you know, numbers can often be your advantage, but look at how they chop and change these angles, isolate fights one at a time. Not just you against me, but you against me and my teammates' utility. And there's just no way through, no access for GX with Miori in a 1v4, Sheriff in hand. And okay, going back to check the flank, it's the right call. The player on the other side, tough to take down.
I don't know if that was an intentional setup, but if it is, it's genius. I'm pretty sure Vanya put that smoke down, which in my head I was like, that gives them the spike back. Why would you smoke off the spike? And the second anybody goes for it, Mimi starts spamming the exact angle she knew the spike was at, which is just ridiculous. Like, that's so insane.
It's the levels that they're playing at.
If that was planned, that's brilliant.
We'll have to ask in the interview later. Maybe Sue can ask. You'll, it's either brilliant or just a happy accident, but either
or they
way.
won't remember the round at all.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You remember that round where you like spammed the smoke? No, I don't. We do nuts stuff all the time. Like, come on.
Saw a little flick back of the head there. I think Petra got dinged through a pretty thick wall. Lit down low. Got that damage on A. Oh, I don't know if that's necessarily what's dragging the rotation, but Rescue is there now. 3 players on the A site, and GX aiming in for B. Vanya has made it across. That cam has been placed in the late round from the attacker, so I don't think they've seen Vanya cross. Even still, you could just teleport, and certainly they were not aware of her position.
Oh yeah, I'm in the defensive cam.
Yeah.
They had the defensive cam for
The
contact,
tree, right?
so that then you have the paranoia the second anybody walks in, so that player is screwed. Again, it's just these 2-player setups that G2 have that just create these filthy angles. And now look, 3 players stuck behind the smoke in main. They're gonna have to try and make a play through it. This is not gonna be easy. The second they do, there's a showstopper. There's another piece to the puzzle. Nice work from Ness to at least bring things back, but again, another piece of utility. Vanya drops another, and well, she's not gonna stop. I genuinely think this B site might have to just be a no-go, because walking into Amy and Vanya, good luck.
Hence the fact you've got Mimi there taking a fight, and the beautiful thing is it's not just the aftershock. There is a nade on the other side. Miori had literally nowhere to go. It was death or death. You know, choose your method. The final result was going to stay the same, and then you've just got Vanya shredding them on the side as well. An impressive performance on that B hold from G2 and GX, understandably. are calling a pause. Remember, most of the rounds in this series so far now have just been off that pistol. When it comes to rifles, they need to find a response. And here on the attack side, they can't allow this game to just spiral into G2's hands. Because, look, I just don't think G2 are going to be that slow on the attack.
No.
Controversial take.
I would go ahead and say probably not. And that's the thing. It's always been a problem with facing off against G2 Gozen is even if a map on paper might look like a weakness, the only reason you think that is because G2 Gozen lost that map, and that means if they lost that map, that's been the map they've been working on. And that's always the most difficult thing because they are a team that are not happy with anything less than what is perfection, what is having a 7 map or being able to play absolutely anything on the day. And we witness it so many times as they'll have a close loss to someone and the next time they'll come in and look a completely different team. And it's just the work that they put in. It's why I'm more than happy to sound like a biased caster because they work damn hard for where they are.
Well, showstopper for Smurfette in this round. One big ultimate in play despite 5 online. The others are usually taking a back seat. But I don't know if this is the round that you're going to want to use it. Certainly not off the bat. Perhaps if they find a kill or two, they could lean in to that showstopper. Now we're seeing Mimi line up a stun. There goes the trap. Stun doesn't fire off on the back of it because Rescue's not ready just yet. She's gotten into position now. Boombot gone through, but they know they've conceded the space. Look at the adjustment coming out of Vanya and Amy. And as they take the first fight, there's the paranoia. Doesn't land on Smurfette. She's still good to take the fight, but the weaponry, the swing from Amy, leave her with too many disadvantages to find any success. Trap catches them on the cross as well. Ultimate finding the info. Amy knows exactly where these players are, and that's a recipe for disaster if you're GX. Barely any damage taken. G2, well, they've got this one neatly tied up.
Another Andaluthia flawless for G2. I think the finances again are going to be off the charts, and a lot of the ultimates are starting to really build up to a point that's not going to make things any easier for the side of GX. And that's the thing, again, it's one of those scenarios where it looks for a second like, okay, maybe they've missed it, maybe there's been some control taken, but the communication from G2 just so clean. Like immediate response from the 2 players on that B site to just trap anybody up the top of mid. This is though the round because you have got pretty much everything. 1 orb away from having the Rolling Thunder, and that's the only ultimate the GX don't have right now. If they don't win this round, I think we start talking about them in the lower bracket because they need something here. You have 4 ults.
I wonder what the approach is from G2. Looking at the map, mid-crunch seems likely. Rescue, the only one to find a kill so far. Great response from Ness. Vanya grabs one before fading back. The damage done to Ness is pretty significant. No utility that can really take her down. It's got to be the rifles to do it. It gives Ness a chance later on. Nasty push-up as well by Petra. That element of surprise could be key. A shot to Miori, a death sentence, and now that 10 health is all that's keeping the hope of round 8 alive for GX. 1v3, and so much for G2 to fall back on. Not sure how she's going to go about this one, but these 40 seconds, I think I know how they end.
It's even just finding an angle that works for her. Like you can see a little bit of doubt from Petra, might give her a chance, but no, it's just a singular body shot. The thing is though, Mitch, there is a silver lining because going into this next round, GX have all 5 of their ultimates. Oh wait, no, sorry,
No.
I didn't even realize they used the show. When did they use the showstopper?
It was the round before, wasn't it? Or was
No,
it,
no,
did they
sure
just
she had
use
it
it?
this round. Yeah, I think she used it and instantly died.
Oh no, we didn't even get a voice line. That's why I was like, it certainly wasn't this round, and there's 1 orb
I think
on.
at the second, the very beginning of the second that she died, I think you hear like something. Because I'm like literally the only ult that wasn't online at the beginning of this round was Sarah's, and she has 1 ult orb from the death. So yeah, I think she must have used it just then.
What a
disaster.
disaster.
Is unfortunate. I didn't even. It was so quick that I didn't even see her use it.
I just assumed I missed it in a previous round, like in the chaos. That is incredibly
but even still, she'd
unlucky.
have to have 2 orbs because she
for the
died
death
twice.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It had to be there. That's crushing. They try to expand that now. 5 HP already on the way through, but the trade is good. Look, as an entry in a round like this, your job is done. Smurfette goes down for the cause. They get some space. Reinforcements are here from the shadows. Vanya ready to help on the backside. Smoke off A as well. The elbow now covered. And the utility in play. Rolling Thunder still for Mimi. Flash still available as well. I'm not sure where the hope is for GX. There has to be kills right off rip, and well, it doesn't look too good. Vanya just comes through the smoke for 2. Shot out of Petra, leaves Ness all alone. We've seen this one before. A little bit more health, but a 1v3, and this time all those players were together.
I think I've seen this one before.
7-2 to G2, yeah. 7 in a row.
This is giving me this is giving me flashbacks to last map. And we kind of, you give them the benefit of the doubt because it's their opponent's map choice. It's not quite as fun here. Like, G2 are genuinely just looking like they're on a different level. And it seems like the depth that they have across this roster is truly absurd. The other sad thing is that right now, it looks like GX has one player. Like, Ness is trying, really trying to give them something in these rounds, but everybody else is just getting smashed.
Straight through, there's no follow-up. And they just see a player on the left side, see utility as well. Don't want to run straight into the trap, I thought, but in they go. Able to fight for 2 on the left side, opening up short completely, but they're not happy. Elbow's their new target, maybe thinking the players are isolated, and in fact they are. Vanya taking the first, and Mimi on the corner, expected and dropped. All down to Amy now. This is a back foot for G2 in a buy round we don't get to see often, and a clutch relied on. Jolina wants to take the fight, goes in early for the aggression. Now tag low is Ness, and Amy's got all 3. A disaster. It looked like GX were on the cusp of something, but just like that, G2 shut them down.
Clutch.
Such an aggressive way to play that 1v2. I like everything else I enjoyed. Like, you put the boombot and the wingman through to make it really difficult for Vanya, but this peak, like, it was just unnecessarily risky. And okay, Ness ends up losing the 1v1. I'll be honest, she did everything else in that round, so you can't really put that on her. But that's a heartbreaking round. That is one that GX definitely should have won. They got 2 wallbang kills as well from spamming. Like, there's a little bit of luck in the mix, but I think that's almost just, that's got to be a tilter, especially for Jolina, because you've had a very winnable round in the 2v1, and you've given Amy just a little bit, and you can't do that.
I guess an element of it is you just want to find that confidence for Jolina. Hadn't been hitting too many shots. You take the aggressive stance, you win the round, you're back in, and Showstopper traded out for the life of Rescue. Perhaps that's a trade that GX would be willing to make at the start of this round. But still so much left to fall back on. G2 still with 2 high-value ultimates to play with. Lots of utility. Here comes the Nightfall, clearing out B main. They obviously thought that GX were pushing up here, but no presence found. Okay, that's G2 burning an ultimate for a bit of map control. GX may have a position to play from, but they haven't filled in the space. It looks like G2 are going to do that now.
40 seconds left. A free A site. An after plant nigh on guaranteed, although I do think the realization is starting to be made now from G2. They're going to make their move a little bit early, depending how meticulous GX end up being. It could have a few more players on this site. I don't know if the trip's necessarily been found, but it seems like they've been able to bypass it, and Amy's definitely heard Smurfette's aggressive position. Rolling Thunder available, thrown in to try and grant that extra little bit of space, and Smurfette running around blind, and Aftershock put in to make sure a teammate can't go back through that smoke. The advantage now sitting firmly with G2. They're making this look easy, and even this time Ness cannot do anything. What a retake from G2. They didn't even lose a player.
You can't get into B and you can't hold on to A. I mean, what are you supposed to do at this point? I guess the only other strategy is kill them all, and that doesn't seem any more likely. This has been a really rough half for GX, and you know, I can see why G2 chose to start in the defense. They have a lot of ideas, and this is the other thing you mentioned, this maybe being a map that's not towards the top of the pool for G2 that you've seen them stumble on before. I think we're learning that's all the more reason to fear them, because they're not happy to live with those mistakes. They'll perfect them.
Yeah, as said, it's you pick this map because it's the right thing to do. It's been a decent map versus BBL Queens, KC, Focus Sakura as well. For GX, do you understand why they pick it? You also
100%.
look at G2 and go, okay, they lost to Falcons Vega not that long ago. Okay, it's a good map for us, not a great map for them. Let's go. 9-2 in the first. Like it's just the G2 way. They've put the work in. And as said, I do think some of the. I don't think GX are playing to the best of their ability. They're getting shut down at an individual level.
Player standing.
Not bad. That's actually worked out really well. A couple of sort of split battles fought for, and now well. Surely this one's theirs, right, Mitch?
If they use the Thrash, maybe. Otherwise, it's going to get a little bit scary, perhaps. Petra, 10-4 right now. Thrash is, in fact, used, and it catches her.
They're not messing about.
You know, it's the last round. You got to use it. I'm glad they did, because if you waited 1 or 2 more seconds, oh my, that could have been risky. 9-3. In the end, for most teams, it wouldn't be a bad spot, but the context of how we got here is terrifying.
Yeah, again, it's another pistol victory. I think even we might be in a spot where Ness has as many kills as the rest of the team combined, which like you don't want to be a scoreboard warrior, but we just haven't seen some of the members of Guildex show up in this game, because to say this is the best level of any of those players would be a disservice to how good they are. But they are also just getting shut down by G2, and now going into their defensive side, it's going to have to be one of, if not the best defensive performance I think we've seen from them on this map, if they're going to be able to turn it around, which, hey, it's not impossible, but definitely improbable.
Yeah, I think the reality is it's not even that they're being outclassed. Like in your ranked games, probably what's happening in these score lines is nobody's hitting shots, and that's it. The other team is just better. In this case, it's every time that you try to set yourself up for a fight, you're on the back foot right off rip. Remember the way Rescue was there. There was a stun right behind her, made it past. Jolina falls though, mid-control lost. Paranoia delays the re-aggression coming out of A, so they're able to make it all the way through to this choke point and challenge Miori all alone. 4 versus 1, an impossible fight. Baited out by players jumping up top. Control is now, there's the door that they closed. GX closed this door earlier. They now have to break open, alerting Amy to their presence, allowing her to take down another, and allowing G2 to set up now, knowing where both of these players are. This is a disaster with both tagged low. The spike planted, a player deep in main, make that 2 as they wrap all the way around on mid. The distraction play by Petra is perfect. They're focused on the site. They're thinking this is a post-plant play, that they're just going to wait for the defuse to be started, but no. As always, G2 are being proactive, and it might not, I mean, the flank it plays to end the round, but it wasn't even needed. The player on site, the one to find the first, and 10-3 locked in. The pistol going G2's way may just be the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, it should be. Like, I think we'd start to ask questions about G2 if this one ends up swinging back in the other direction. They have been unstoppable. And again, I think, I don't know if I've witnessed a team in a long time that has every single player willing to sacrifice for the cause. Like, you see in that round again, it's like Mimi at one point is trying to bait for another player. You have Petra doing the same thing. Vania, who's been at the top of the board, has been doing that all the way through the game. Like, it truly is like massively enjoyable to watch a team that's fully committed to whatever the plan is.
Whatever the plan is this round, it seems to have worked. Miori, the last one standing, and the pistols standing next to no chance, essentially. Certainly not against Rescue. 4 kills, 3 away from a showstopper, and we're getting towards the end of the game. This is just getting worse and worse, but this is the round where it can get better. The defensive side finally get rifles on the board, a chance to put a stop to this G2 win streak, and well, they'll have to stop every round after that. This needs to be clean out of GX.
It is actually crazy that GX have 3 rounds and Ness is the top fragger in the server. Like, that's madness. That's actual madness. Like, she's been putting in a shift, to be fair, but I guess it's completely meaning, oh my goodness. Oh my, well, there you go. Ness is on the board again. Sarah's probably punched a desk. That's going to be infuriating. And they are just running it down. Like, this is just bullying.
Yeah, Smurfette's trying to get the utility out, but just not in time. They're too quick. G2 tasted blood, and my God, they're hungry for every single round. Looks like 12-3 locked in. Miori needs a big clutch to break that reality.
Spike planted.
And look what she's up against. No utility left for G2, but mostly healthy players stacked up in the elbow. Close player for contact. No chance. And a team ace across the board success for G2. If I'm not mistaken, Tom, you know, you said earlier Ness had the same kills as everyone combined. I think she has more than everyone else combined now.
Right.
So, that's rough.
You're correct, but it's a very, very depressing stat. Because that's normally a stat that we talk about maybe like 6 rounds in as like a little funny.
Yeah.
That player's doing really well. Instead, it's now just kind of morbid because it's like, great, they're getting destroyed and Ness is doing her best, but it doesn't seem to matter. G2 have just outclassed them today, and that's the terrifying prospect. We are looking at the best team, without a doubt, I think, in Game Changers EMEA versus what very could be the second best team, and they may struggle to get what, like 12 rounds over the entire series.
Yep, it's the G2 tax. Everybody pays it. That bottle one out, and well, DX seems like their time is now. Bit of aggression out of Rescue as well. 12 health, playing up in the spawn. GX not going to push towards that though, so it's going to be a late play out of Rescue. Crash put through in market. Cleared out a lot of space, so they're at least able to cross that bit quicker, but the problem is Rescue now realizes no one's making their way towards me, so it's time to take space. Moving up on the flank. Vanya's here as well on the site, causing a distraction, and here comes the opportunity for Mimi now all alone, 35 HP, and the wrap is there. GX looked like there were a bunch of red flags, a lot of danger all across the board, but they come out on top, grouping up as a unit and finding a round at last.
Yeah, it's the combo breaker. We found something that can make this one that little bit more competitive. It is an incredibly long way to go. And of course for G2, I believe after winning their bonus, they're not going to have any problems in terms of the finances. Showstopper online for Rescue as well, so it's not even like they have the ultimate advantage going into this round and a need to streak 8 back together just to get to overtime. There's a long, long road, and it seems like they're going to try and challenge early. Not the start they were probably looking for, but never mind. 4 quick kills back. Okay.
Well, that's it. It seems like they found their spark at last, and Vanya is left alone. A 1v4 that I'll confidently say she cannot win. She has found the first, and I'm getting a little bit worried, especially because ult is online and will be used to grab that spike, but they're quickly closing in the distance. Vanya, that was a mistake. Looking for the smoke elsewhere to try to, I guess, fake them out into thinking she was crossing. Actually, I understand it, right? She assumed that Miori had already rotated into that position and she wouldn't be surprising them without the smoke, but timing catching her. In the end, it's a glimmer of hope for GX. 5 on the board and very quickly done. I love this confident push that they make, even when the odds are stacked against them round-wise.
Yeah, I think that's also going to be one of those rounds that might just reset the mentality. Like, you go for something crazy aggressive, it works out, you go, okay, well, if we can do that in one round, why can't we do something like that again? Why we can take this team, it's just that we've been stuck in our own shell. Well, never mind, Smurfette doesn't give a damn at this stage. An instant blast pack down mid. Takes the head off an opponent, but it is an immediate trade. A lot of damage has been done onto Mimi, though, so the advantage does sit a little bit, at least, with the side of GX.
It looks like that for now, for sure. The attacking side, though, might be able to use the now thinner defense to push and pull the map. The problem is, look at the utility in play for Miori. Cam, traps, A is covered by just one person. Jolina holding the mid push, and then the B site's all you have to worry about. I think they closed the door on market, and it's still closed. So that's another avenue of approach completely locked off without a pretty obvious cue. So for now, it seems like GX have all the information to play with it. The hope here, probably that it moves towards B, where they have the players to fight. Instead, it looks like a possible retake. Maybe Miori can pick up 1 or 2 as they go through her utility, though.
Off the plant.
30 seconds left.
Seemingly guaranteed. GX definitely still willing to play it patient, play for that retake. They got a little bit of utility on Ness to try and get them back into that site, although I don't believe they have the flash other than what's in Sarah's hands. Stun through those, going to be denied by the cage, and eventually they're going to have to try and make a play through this.
Here. And the time is now. GX, they do well, finding the first, the second as well. The follow-up onto Vanya. Only Amy left, swinging into heavy traffic. And Jolina, after a slow start, is the hero of this round. Now 12-6. Still a long road, but it's looking more and more doable.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that combo break to go. That's the thing. I don't know if I've seen many times where G2 lose this many rounds in a row without a pause, without something to turn the tide back in their favor in individual play. So it would have to be a truly mammoth performance. But yeah, as you said, starting to see some of those star players, Jolina, one of them, coming back online. Smurfette playing some more aggressive takes into mid, which I think are definitely catching G2 a little bit. By the looks of it, they may even opt to try and fight this one together now after that pressure has come in a couple of times.
Mid-trap broken immediately. Pressure onto GX. Spot on the map now not covered, so Sarah rotates in to fill that space. Nade a little shallow, bounces back, unpredictable geometry, and it seems like G2 want to move to A. The problem is this push-up is being held. Ness, Jolina, both here, and both dropped. A site now much more open. Paranoia was in, but they were already dead. Sarah, low HP on the first. It's an easy kill, and the follow-up's not there. The cage actually landing shallow as well. It's not going to smoke her off. Instead, they have to deal with her. They do that with Smurfette sitting with a showstopper online. I mean, they'll be confident in their retakes. Rolling Thunder only buys space for G2. There'll be no follow-up, but the space is capitalized on by Amy. Now close for the first and dropped into the 1v1 for the map. It's Mimi swinging and dropped. Smurfette keeps the dream alive. Another round for GX. And they're not done yet.
I definitely think we've seen just an almost vibe change from this team. A lot more aggressive fights being taken. Sarah willing to go up against pretty much the entirety of G2 as they look to swing in, and does incredibly well to just make this one so costly. And even with the risks taken by Amy, Smurfette was very much happy to take this 1v1 at the end, and it ends up going in her favor. 5 rounds the difference now, 4 in a row. But just as we saw in the last map, G2 are now going to take a tactical pause. And as said, Mitch, that could always be the difference maker.
Well, that's it. In this pause, they're going to be talking about the next 5 rounds as well. You know, and realistically, they'll expect to win it in 1, but Rolling Thunder coming in for Sarah, the way these rounds have been going for GX, they have so much runway ahead of them. And G2 still with a second pause locked in the back. I have to say I'm surprised by this face from GX, but at the same time, Tom, you said it 7-2. It was starting to look like a little bit of deja vu was creeping in for you. And we saw the same thing on the previous map. Granted, it was off a pistol, so a little bit less impressive that time than this time, where they're doing it in back-to-back rifle rounds. Also in back-to-back rounds where the plant is coming in. You look at that, 3 out of those 4 rounds in a row are post plants. They're getting in there and pushing G2 back, which is very impressive. But the reality is, after those 4 in a row, that's where G2 stepped it up and closed it out with 4 of their own. This time, they only need 1 with 5 chances to do it. It seems very unlikely. An operator pulled out by Jolina. Maybe that could be a difference maker in this round, but she's been smoked off immediately.
It definitely seems like GX are just happier to play a little bit more loose. Rely on those individuals. Play with that little bit of extra confidence that we've seen from them in the past. Big part of that is going to be Jolina pulling out this operator. There's a bit of support, the pressure being put in to Miori though, and that is not the initial fight they were looking for. Site going to be cleared out. Amy patient but dealt with. Ness again, still hitting her shots. It will be a post plant, but just look at what's on the board for GX. Clearing out that player in the back line is so integral, because now you can set up with a Rolling Thunder and Thrash to get them back into the site.
It's a lot to work with for GX. It has to land here. G2 will do well to deal with the Thrash that's on its way. The Rolling Thunder makes it even harder to hit. And now it's done. Well, actually, it lands on backside. They don't send it all the way through on the back. Petra now able to fight as a result of that, and she finds the first, even the second. That's her third kill in the round. Looking for her fourth before eventually Ness puts a stop to this ridiculousness. The problem is, the spike is ticking away and the numbers still sit convincingly with G2, and now even more so. Every kill goes their way, and 13-7, they'll lock in the series. This is the G2 tax we talk about, and it seems like GX have paid up.
And it's just brutal. Like, they throw in the two ults, one to sort of get the information of anybody close, the Rolling Thunder, and then Petra just hits that timing. The funny thing is, she'd spammed so many bullets in that round. When she took those last two fights, she only had 6 bullets left. So she may not have been able to clutch out anyway, just from spraying into that smoke. But that's the thing. We saw her have a quieter map in that first one, but that second map from Petra was sublime. And overall, this series, utterly dominant. There's a reason they're in the final again.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They have earned their spot there. And look, it's no surprise. We talked about the bracket over the last few weeks, and we constantly asked, is there any surprises here? And I suppose, like, Falcons, you'd expect to be here, but they faced G2 earlier on, so their tax is paid for now. And realistically, we knew G2 would be going to the finals. The question is, who will join them there? It's not over for GX just yet, and to hear more about that, let's toss it over to our analyst desk.
Honestly, we talked about this before. This is this stage, everything can happen, anything can happen. Even I take it all back, because Inami and Pilski, everyone else can beat each other, but no one is gonna beat G2 again.
Yeah, it's rough. Unfortunately, Giant X, I just didn't really feel like individually they showed up enough to the game today. Like, that's what it comes down to. We've seen all these players at their best. You know, we highlighted some of the statistics at the start of the day. These were some of the stronger players in the competition coming into today. And I felt like, you know, everyone did okay on Split. And then Ness was playing very, very well for the majority of the series. But until those last couple of gun rounds, it didn't really feel like Giant X was as locked in as they needed to be. And G2 took full advantage of that.
Yeah, Giant X mentioned this before, that like probably their biggest enemy would be themselves, and we felt it this time because we expected much more from them. Even the comeback came a little late. Even going, for example, in attack to mid came so late, and they couldn't do much after that. It was just so hard overall for them to play the second map, and it feels like even for the first map, after winning these 2 pistols, it didn't really pay off.
Yeah, I mean, they won 3 pistols this series, but unfortunately, Inami, when Vanya is having a day, it just feels like nobody could beat her.
Yeah, we highlighted this player. It's like the entire year last season, and she's still back. She's still as strong as ever, and we've seen her anchoring on Split earlier on. It was just so hard to enter her side, and then once again we've seen her play so aggressive, whether it's on defense or on attack. This player is just so good to watch overall.
Yeah, I mean, she's been a standout for a long time. I think G2 really did it by committee on Sunset, but Vanya was pretty key on Split, closed a lot of XVXs on the attacking side, made a big difference there. But even after you saw Giant X trying to pivot on their attacking side, they were trying to go towards A early on because they were trying to isolate Petra on that info line towards Elbow. Then they would run into the, you know, breach util from Mimi and the crossfire from Rescue rotating up on short side. Then they go towards that B site. You got Vanya and Amy. Amy's playing off the Cypher util, and Vanya's flooding in with the paranoia and making their life very miserable. So there just really was no weak links until Giant X decided to start doing some set plays on their defensive side and catching G2 off guard a little bit. And by then it was just way too late, as we highlighted. A bit of a fake comeback, unfortunately.
I was indeed, but as you said, Pilski, they tried their goddamn best, Giant S, to get back into this, but we will see them again tomorrow. But for now, let me bring in the superstar duelist herself, Rescue, from G2 goes in for a quick post-match interview. Hi, Rescue, it's been a while.
Hello, Yinsu.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen you. How's everything going?
Everything is going great.
Honestly, it looks like everything is going better than great. I have to ask you, Rescue, because when you first came into this roster, a lot of people weren't super familiar with you, your game. And this stage, you are on top of the leaderboard for everything, all of the stats, and even clutches as well. So, how have you thought about your personal improvements from the last stage until now?
I don't know, actually. It just kind of happened, I guess. I don't know what happened at all. I just kind of, I kind of grow up, I guess, and, started performing better.
I mean, you're still one of the youngest, if not the youngest player, I think we have in GC in EMEA right now. So it does feel like you still have a long way to go in terms of reaching your prime. But how are you feeling right now? You think you're at 100%? How much better do you think you can get?
No, I'm definitely not at 100%. I think I still have a lot to improve on gameplay and individuals. So yeah, no, I'm not at 100%.
What percentage would you say?
I would say 75.
Oh my goodness, that's so scary. That is incredibly scary. But you do have a lot of, if not the best support players around you in the world right now. How much of a help do you think that is to have players like Mimi and Petra to be able to set you up so well?
Yeah, that's so big. Like every run starts, like there's an idea, there's an idea to support me. It's just so super easy for me to get kills.
And is this something that you feel like you can only do on this particular roster that you're able to improve so fast?
Yeah, this roster definitely is the best to help me, because they're like also experienced. Yeah.
And I also got to ask Vanya as well, because if you and Vanya, when you're having your day, you just seem so unstoppable. So what's it like to play with a controller player that's kind of rivaling you when it comes to entries and getting kills and stuff?
I mean, I'm just glad she's on my team, It would be really hard to play against her. I think she's really smart. She has the best aim, everything.
What, even better than you think?
Yeah.
Really? Why? Why do you think that?
I don't know. She's just the best, man. She always performs like whatever it takes.
I want to ask her next time. Ask her who she thinks has the best aim. I reckon she would say you.
Vanya?
Honestly, I think. Oh, you ask her for me. Ask her for me.
Yinsu's asking who has the best aim in the team.
She's gonna say you.
Yeah, our team. She said everyone.
Oh, Vanya, what an answer. What an answer. We love her for that. And lastly, before I let you go, we were talking about the fact that this stage, a lot of teams have improved and it feels like the competition is a lot tighter. Until we saw you guys play, it feels like maybe you are still the best team in the league. Would you agree with that? And if I had to force you to say who you think your biggest potential competition could be here, who would you say that is?
Yeah, I think we're still in the best team in the league, but everyone can beat each other in this game too. So, but I think our biggest competition in the leagues is Falcons right now.
Ooh, okay.
And Giant X too. I think they're gonna, come back better.
Yeah, I mean, they have another chance in the lower. Yeah, they have another chance in the lower bracket. I thank you very much, ResQ, for joining me. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, we'll see you in the grand finals. And after the break, we're going to bring you a NASR versus Falcons.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls to stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
All right. Giant X will be in that lower finals, and it's time to find out who's going to be joining them tomorrow for the shot at the grand finals here at Game Changers in EMEA. I'm your host, Sue, and I'm back here with Inami and Pilski. Now, when it comes to Falcons versus NASR, they have played against each other before. This will be a rematch, but Inami, Mary was not on the team the last time they faced each other.
Yeah, this is like the pre-Mary match where NASR won versus the Falcons 2-0. And I feel like this is now their chance to prove that they are better. They got what it takes to be on the top three and push this even further.
Yeah, and I think it's almost like they're playing a completely different team because putting Mary in the team has caused so many role swaps that they can't really function in the same way. Although a lot of these players are the same players that they played before, they're playing different roles, and that's going to give a different look to the team that you're playing against.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in just a moment, but I am so excited for this head-to-head we're going to see today. Two duelists, both on form, both being very explosive, and Pilski both making huge impact for their teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Mary, she even said it herself in her interview. We know what her standards are. They're the best player in the league, and they're, usually the kind of numbers that Rezky's putting up at the moment. She said she's not playing anywhere near her ceiling at the moment. I'm sure she'll just continue to get better and better. And Marty, I think for me, has more so been the consistent duelist that puts up good numbers on a team that, they've usually only gone, as we highlighted at the start of the show, kind of top 5, 6 in the league. But even in the groups of this tournament, they've shown that they can put up good results against some very, very good teams. And, she's putting up very, very good numbers as well. She's right up there in terms of the ACS with, players on Giant X and players on G2.
And honestly, it was surprising for me that Marty wasn't the main duelist for NASR before, because she was insane on Phoenix. We've seen her play so many different agents. So her keeping the role duelist and them just getting another player who'll fill a different position just completely made sense.
Yeah, it does make sense in terms of their roles. But on the other side of this, if we take a look at the last time that both of these teams met, as you guys have pointed out, the roles are very different. Integrating Mary onto this team means that a couple of the other players, they have to shift, they have to change. Of course, Falcons, they did lose this match, but EMEA, they've evolved so much. They've moved on, and they've become a really, really scary team since then.
Yeah, the addition of Mary is just like put Mary in any lineup and it will be so insane. And also we heard them speak about the synergy in the server and outside of the game also between Madvi and Mary, and we see this coming also into the game. We see her setting her up, and sometimes it just looks like it's a Mary Madvi game.
Yeah, I think for me, we're seeing some players not necessarily putting up the same numbers that they did before. And to be fair, I mean, that's because they're literally playing an entirely different role than what they started the split playing. That's going to take quite a bit of a shift, and you'll see it, maybe wear away at the seams map to map. That's what concerns me. I'm always worried that when a player has to shift a role mid-tournament, that it could lead to a performance bad enough to lose you, a top 3 spot. But we'll see. Maybe they only need to put up minimal amount of numbers, and if Mary's getting hers, then that's good.
Hey, I'm not worried at all. They've 2-0'd everybody except for G2 since Mary joined this team. And for more on Mary and how the rest of the team is dealing with their role swaps, here is Coach Beast to give us more insight and info. Check this out. I'm now joined by not just the Falcons Vega head coach, but the Falcons head coach as well, Beast. Welcome to the broadcast. Now, I do want to address that real quick. It's not every day that we have somebody that have to work across multiple teams. So how are you managing your time, and how are you enjoying your time here in Game Changers?
I mean, it's good to be here, to be honest. Like, it's a new experience for me, like, to be in Game Changers overall. But mainly, like, I'm not the only one who's handling everything. Like, there's a lot of guys, like other coaches, like behind the scene. They're just working out everything with me, and it's a new thing that we're just trying out. That we have like big staff working around both teams, and we're just like sharing the experience between the boys and girls at the same time, so we can just put the girls as well at the same level, like just to push them more, to get into a higher level as well.
I mean, we can definitely see some improvements as well, but also the roster change. It seems silly to us why you picked up Mary. I think any team in the world is probably fighting to pick her up. But so I wanted to ask you, what kind of impact does Mary bring to this team? And what kind of vision did you guys have when you first picked up Mary?
I mean, we've always wanted like Mary to join the team from the beginning of the year, maybe, and once we had the chance to pick her up, we just went for it. Even like we had her like playing in the second week of the tournament starting. But overall, like having Mary, she's like a super hard worker overall, and I like those kind of players like where they take like a loss, usually take it as more challenging for them, like to improve more and just like to win. Like they have like the goals that they want to win everything, and I like this her mentality in that regards is like super good for us. And obviously like her individual level is like even while she like overall like she took like a long break, but she's still like doing great.
Yeah, I mean, you only lost once since you picked up Mary. And it was to G2. So and you've been 2-0ing everybody as well ever since then. But also for the other players on the team, how have they been adjusting to having Mary there? Because obviously, you know, for a couple of your players, they had to switch roles. They couldn't play the duelist anymore. So what's that been like?
I mean, it wasn't that easy for us to be honest when we switched roles because like Mary came in the second week as like at the same time I came in the second week as well. Like we all came in the between in the phase like where we had like 5 days break between week 1 and 2, and we in that regards we had like to change everything up and put everything like together. This like so can Mary she can be like in the same page along with the team, and whoever is switching roles at the same time I needed them to just start it from zero, like everything like from scratch, and we can just build up the composition and everything. We had like a 5 days practice overall, but and we like our plan was just to practice like during the tournament actually, like we will get to know what is the best map pool for us. I mean it's working for now, so it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it is working indeed. But thank you very much for joining me and good luck in this elimination match.
Thank you.
I mean, there's no better practice than like officials themselves, but you heard it there from Beast, Pilski. It's not easy for Toki and Sandra to switch roles, and they've been doing a tremendous job given the context of this.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, you can see it here from Toki. Ray's played, she started out playing duelist, then switches to controller, you know, as Beast said when he came in and Mary came in, they had to make a lot of adjustments, which mid-tournament is going to be a bit of a pain. As he mentioned, they're working out the map pool, they're working out the roles, and it's going to be a bit of a work in progress. But despite all of that, they've still managed a top 4 here. They've still got a fair bit of points this split, and we'll see if they can push it even further. They still are undoubtedly the favorites against NASR here.
And on the other hand, also Sandra had to switch the role because last year she was the duelist that they picked up when they needed a duelist, and now she turned to a Sentinel player, to like a Viper player, and it's so surprising for me. Like, it's the player that first time I've seen her, she was so super aggressive as this Jet and stuff, and now seeing her play Sentinel, seeing the discipline, it just shows how much work they all put in this game. So
I just love how when Mary joins the team, it's like, guys, doesn't matter, we can start again. We can abandon everything we know. We can have 2 people switch roles just to accommodate her. And so far, it is working. We're going to take a look at the map vetoes in just a second because this is going to be a rematch. Both of these teams have faced each other before. But as we said, Falcons, they didn't have Mary the last time around. They're going to take away the breeze here, which Inami is what we expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready to see them again on Breeze, and I don't think they are. It's their adaptation. Beast also talks about this, how they're also figuring out their map pool in the tournaments because they didn't have much time into it. So a Breeze ban is understandable. From NASR side also, Sunset is a map that we didn't see them play as much. So it's kind of expected to see both teams remove these maps from the pool. And a split makes sense. But honestly, like, last time they played, they also played a split and they lost. So
but they've never played it with Mary before. This is a complete new thing.
Yeah, it's going to be a different look for sure. It's going to be a different game of Split, undoubtedly. It's great for NASR to remove Sunset as well. That's a map that Falcons has had a lot of success on. We've seen them on it a lot of times. NASR now going to go into the bind pick, and once again, Falcons going to pick attack. I've seen a couple of teams picking attack, and it's a dangerous thing to be going into on bind from time to time. They are playing this double initiator kind of explosive comp though, so we'll see how that goes for them. And at least looking at the comps initially right now, that might even be a mirror on bind.
Yeah, and it looks like whatever NASR takes away here, we're gonna have the option. Okay, okay, I think this is at least one map again they played. No, they didn't. It was Icebox. Ignore me. But let's talk about this split real quick because they've never played it with Mary. Hear me out. Why don't why don't they take a page out of Foot's, as in the VCT team, Foot's book, and stick Mary on a chamber?
I agree with that. I love Chamber, so just give me more of that, honestly.
Chamber. Okay, we're talking about the split comps, but like, guys, let's remember, Ascent is going to be Phoenix and Cypher for NASR, and Falcons last time, they played like a Fade Astra. Ascent is going to be a crazy mess if we make it there, but this split one, you know, this should be interesting. We're getting the only difference, right, is the philosophy difference of the Breach versus the Viper, the info denial versus, you know, making plays and using the util. But would you put Mad V on anything else than a Flash Agent? Honestly, that would be crazy talk if you ask me.
Yeah, and we're not seeing Chamber, so I'm a little disappointed, but it's a mirror comp, so anything to expect from these two. I'm excited to see how much Mary fits into it and how much impact she will have this time around on Split.
I mean, Mary, she has never faced NASR on this roster before. Mitch and Tom, I can't wait to see why they decided to choose Split against them.
Well, I am very excited to see Split and the rest of the maps, Tom. I'm expecting this one to go the distance. Big performances out of both teams. We've seen NASR Ignite be able to take down KC, and we've seen Falcons. Listen, we know who this team is. The BBL game certainly taught us that. You expecting a long one here today?
I don't know, it's weird because I feel like I could flip the veto and each team pick the other map and it might sit slightly better in my mind.
Ooh.
Now, I think that this means that both teams are clearly coming in with like counters, like changes to what they've been doing. Maybe not necessarily compositionally as we see here, but like more so in the rounds that they played or even just the expectations. Because as it was said on their desk, like you're talking about going into this split game. The last time it was played before they had Mary was against NASR and they lost. So they picked it again against NASR, but now with Mary and with role swaps. So it's very interesting. And then going into Bind, it'll be a similar story, one that looks pretty good for the side of Falcons. So I'm excited for this series because I genuinely think we could have a 2-0 in either direction or that long-ass map.
Oh, let's see if we get all the way to the third Bind and Ascent after this, but we start on Split. Barriers up and Toka down. It's Mary to claim the first scalp, although it's quickly followed up on by Marty up top. One of the top 3 duelists. We've got 2 of the top 3. And that always makes for an interesting battle, but Sandra making short work of the Heaven control. Leaves NASR only coming out of spawn. Through screens they go, and it's now a 1v3 with players dropped across the board and a 2-man setup towards the bottom of ramp. A difficult fight for Safia and no way out. 1-0 for Falcons.
Yeah, I think a great start for Mary already. I think someone that has to be sort of like a highlight player talked about coming back into the scene again. It's going to be enjoyable to see if she's able to sort of compete to the level that we saw about when she was on G2 Gozen, because that's the thing that I think it's really nice setup really by Rezkia going into the, or ResQ, sorry, going from the last game, is that she actually said, I don't think there's any team that could set me up as well as G2. So now we get to watch a team trying to set up the old duelist as well as G2.
Well,
and on the same map. It's beautiful.
What a beautiful world we live in. This round should be a nice, easy one for Falcons. 4 rifles and just Sandra left walkabouts. Doesn't really matter if she goes down. You're only losing the ghost and the shields. And, well, you've already lost the shields. There goes the ghost. But the upgrades, not really going to be there for the side of NASR. Left with Classic still. As they wrap, though, back to B, realizing that that may have been a fake. But I think Falcons, they would have been happy if Sandra got a kill or 2 to rush into the B site. But after her going down so early, they've gone to plan B, a slower mid-control.
Two newest additions, Mary and Ava. I think that's the thing. When you pick up someone like Mary, a lot of the time your second edition goes under the radar a little bit. That was crispy clean. But I think that Ava's someone who could definitely bring that sort of supportive level that I'm talking about. I know that it's easy for the side of ResQ to talk about the G2 support while being on G2, but he also named Falcons as one of those threats. Their potential victory. Still, though, a couple of kills coming through here. Off the back of the pistols is not too bad for the side of NASR. A little bit of extra damage is there, and they'll come in with a purchase of their own.
Yeah, first 2 rounds kind of go as expected after that pistol. Follow-up goes to the rifles. get some damage out of the side of the defense, but here's where they really look to capitalize. Falcons, one pistol, Bulldogs, Guardians. These are weapons they can definitely make it work with, but it's NASR on full rifles with an opportunity to build up an early showstopper on Mary, though. This round could get scary if you see a pick going to the attacking Rays.
Ultimate definitely is the scariest thing in this sort of round. Bit of a aggressive control being taken though by that defense. Marty as well claiming the orb on the other side. So still looking to try and get those ultimates as quick as possible, even pinging the cam just to try and clear out as much information as they possibly can in this round. Again, like it may seem like a bonus, but having that many Guardians, having the Bulldogs, that is a strong trip. I did not realize that buff happened.
It's got shields. It's got an ISO shield now. Do you know that?
Oh, did it get a kill in between that I didn't see, and then gets to put the shield back on?
Trip kills. Well, Falcons, they won't be able to grab an orb late, as you said. That aggression early from NASR got them B main control on an orb there. I think they did the same on A main with Marty taking the orb on that side. But that will not slow them down. Falcons look to dive in as if they had a showstopper, and the show's over just like that. Mooksy, oh, grabbing the third after being blinded up. Beautiful stuff. And the spam out of Toka through the wall. It's only going to be Sandra. 1 versus 5, and a very, very difficult situation with the trap right in front of her. There's no real chance to come up and surprise them. And with 6 seconds left, the choice of whether you want to go down here or not is up for debate. I mean, she's surrounded, so I'm not sure that is really a choice put to it.
Yeah,
and by Safia.
I think in this case, it is better to go down. Like, you're going to have the credits to buy up a proper rifle rather than having the Guardian, so I'm a little bit surprised. I guess just not wanting to give those ultimate orbs over, but yeah, I think this ended up being the best case. A good crossfire setup by that defensive side as well. They made it really difficult for them to get out of the choke. Luxie doing a fantastic job in that position, and now we'll get to see what they have with the rifles. We didn't get the kill from Mary in the last round, but the showstopper purchase nonetheless, although I believe because of credit constraints she's not going to have a boombox, so maybe an angle or two that might go amiss.
It is definitely a little bit of a drawback, but you would hope. I mean, often you're going to see the utility out of Mad V, out of Toki even, clearing out some of these angles off the boom bot, but you still have those flashes from Ava. Good for securing a little bit of information. Dog to go through, clear all those corners, so you still have that utility to work off of. And with the trap destroyed, Mary, ult in the back pocket. This might just be a blitz straight out of heaven with a rocket launcher in tow. Falcons blitzing through B main on the back of it with a late lurk from Sandra. It's a nice setup with a lot of potential. The pressure will be on Nami. Safia backside probably in the most danger. Mary hasn't looked down. There's a shot fired, and oh my god, the teleport saved them. Nami grabs it from below, and the brakes are pumped by Falcons. They're not going out on B just yet. Flank from Sandra may play a role later in the round. In fact, it will right now, but the site push is put to a
30
stop.
seconds left.
That flank's going to be just too late. 25 seconds now. They need to get a move on, and you can see the rest of the team are watching on this angle. Nami, what a round! Just jumps up top and cleans out Sandra. It's left on Dava as well, and absolutely nothing to be had. That position looked, I'll be honest, the beginning of the round dead to rights. You see a showstopper going heaven and you're in the corner, but just avoiding that initial fight and just being able to drop every player put into a path, even a crazy jump off the back of the rope as well to close out the round. Solid stuff from the defense, and after the pistol and follow-up, it's been all NASR thus far.
Yeah, that it has. We're equalized. We're 2-2. Operator coming out of Marty. Interesting round for it. Falcons have got pistols. We could see a much more pacey attack side now with these weaker weapons in play. Looking to close the distance. Nade thrown through from Mary. Those players back off. That's the space taken. Mary's on the back of it. Going right up close. Catching Nami off. But they weren't ready for another player. Toka is the one to find it. And now the A site looks to be under threat with Sandra around this area and the player pulled towards Vents, but it's a much more passive play from NASR. They know they've got the weapons if this comes down to a retake.
Forgive for not expecting the double vent stack in a buy round versus an eco. I think if she had predicted that, I would have been very surprised. Minute left on the clock. A death ball of pistols looking to try and face off against this defensive side. Toka's been caught out. Timing not working for her and leaving Zafia at the back of the site. I think especially with the ping now, they're going to put the pressure on. Try and isolate this duel already stunned up, but I think that will have faded by the time they actually go to fight, and the trade from Ava, Sublime, keeps things in their favor, gets them a couple of guns, and now it has to be a 2v3 retake.
I don't think they've seen this operator yet, right? So an opportunity now to maybe catch them off guard. Never mind, swap over to the rifle. I saw the shorty come out as well. Marty's in a little bit of trouble. Still looking to scrap up close. The shorty comes out, but Ava's a step too far back with 4 kills under her belt. Falcons find a round.
I said that there's a reason that people were buying out players from that BBL Queens team. We already saw it in the last game. Ava was the other to go, and I think a worthy investment from the side of Falcons, because she has almost single-handedly won this round off the basis mostly of a pistol. 2 kills coming off the back of the Sheriff, 2 off the back of the rifle in the end. And around that, I actually think was fairly desperately needed from the side of Falcons, because the last couple were a little bit too clean for my liking.
Yeah, you need to see that early fight, especially if we are hoping for that more lengthy series. Again, this is Falcons map pick, so even if they're on the side that they don't want to start on, you'd still hope they're able to put up the numbers. And that's been the case so far. Marty, operator to work with, showstopper as well. A lot of utility for that NASR side, but we don't see a lot of proactive aggression. Sitting back on B with the traps, a little bit aggro on A. So the information held by Marty with the operator allows for those rotations to come in. B is a little bit more stacked up now. It does seem like Falcons are gravitating towards that side of the map.
Struggled a little bit with their entries. That's been the main thing, like getting out onto the site with what has been a dump of Viper and Cypher utility. And they're walking into, well, I guess both again. You've got the Viper up top and all of that Cypher util, but they sort of bypassed it. It didn't matter though. Initial kill will go one way, and now look, it's just taking over the round. The classic, oh, the right clicks could be so cruel. That should have been another kill for her, but instead, dropped to the floor. Nade up top, but they've definitely spotted out where she is. Ava desperately low on HP, but Sandra, after a missed shot, now leaves it in the 1v2.
Winnable for Zafia. Maybe if this was the Phoenix that she'd pulled out, it could have been something beautiful, but having to do it as they run in, taking both fights, trying to trade. Zafia just ready and waiting. Beautiful shots connected, and a round found for NASR, fighting right back to keep it even.
That's a very important Red Bull clutch again. I think they spent a lot of their credits into this round. Luxie did an incredible job. I almost want to give her the 4th. I know it's not within my power, but I don't think I've seen classic right clicks be so unkind for a long time. Just brutal, but doesn't work out for her that time. But an impressive side hold. And again, it's the troubles of facing into that Cypher. Just unable to find her within all of the cages. Marty now, that operator, actually going to be put into play. They pulled it a couple of times, but didn't have the same success. And while Mary hopes for something a little bit cheeky, but again, I've liked the sort of NASA buddy system, because each time I think there's been a moment where maybe Mary, maybe someone else expects to have like an easy kill, and there's always a second player to back up whoever's being aggressive.
Well, I think that's the difference in games where Falcons find it quite easy. It's that they're able to isolate some of these fights, and the second that they do find you on your own holding a bit of map control, you're going down, right? Just see it, the same thing happen for Luxie, for Marty as well. Isolated fights that go Falcons' way. That was an ambitious teleport, and we'll leave it at that. 2 versus 2 on the back of it, and the attackers seem to feel the advantage.
Seekers is going to allow them to claim most of this ground a lot quicker. You're normally wasting time trying to clear all of these extra angles, but they know exactly where they are. Even still though, Nami a little bit of ahead, and because of that, it gives Man V the kill. Toka is just going to face off against the double peak, and I do think this might just be a round of blunders for the side of NASR. Opportunities to take some of these fights as a team, and what started as that very quickly diminished into giving the exact fights we talked about to their opposing side. Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I'm assuming
going to give the benefit of the doubt that he meant to click cancel and didn't.
Yes, that is my assumption, that surely the wrong key was pressed or the timing was just slightly off. These things happen, and this time it's a detriment. 4-3 for the side of Falcons. Money in the back pocket, plenty of credits, while NASR are not in the same position, having to go back to pistols. It's a bit of a shame. This could be a huge round for them and a chance to extend their lead further because their ult economy is thriving. Those ults will just sit most likely unused until the next round, unless there's big advantages found.
I think as well, like my expectations in this match is sort of like NASR should come in slightly better in terms of structure, because Falcons obviously have had like 2 player swaps, one coming in midway through the season. Also, they've had a lot of role changes. But then on the individual ground, that's where I have my high expectation for Falcons. Like, they're picking up superstars. They had Mad V already. I think we're all talking about Mary and Ava as well. It was phenomenal in our previous team. So you can't have like slip-ups like that, like a TP into the back corner. That was a mistake. But also just the way they played the 2v2. Like, you wouldn't have been fooled to say that looked like 2 1v2s. Like, the way that it went in the round was just a little bit ambitious, and because of it, it fell apart. Even still, Falcons now are going to be able to extend their lead a little bit more, and the main problem is that round, it obliterates the economy of NASR, because that was up against a few pistols, a few things in the mix alongside a couple of rifles, and Falcons now get to convert that round and ruin the economy of their opponent as well.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity. And Falcons map pick as well, getting that wind in their sails. A nice clean start if they can run away with it. Again, the dangers lurking in the corner. Viper pit. You've also got a showstopper ready to roll, and this could be a problem for Falcons if they give a pick or 2 away. The round could be locked down. Aggression, though, coming out of the defensive side, using the smoke to creep through, to get up top, using the boxes. Flash is good, swing is beautiful, but the positions of Falcons allow them to fall back into cover and then destroy this push. What a gorgeous early round default from this attacking side. Even further was Mary's position to catch them off guard. It did catch them off guard, but well, the shots didn't hit this time. That's a rifle and maybe a small chance.
I think it was just she must have blinked, and then just a surprise, you know.
That's it. It's just the time.
Everybody
maybe sneezed and hit the shoot key, then tried to continue the spray.
Yeah.
These things happen.
I think she sneezed and then oh wow, oh no, that's what happened.
That's it. It gave her position away.
Again, I'm not gonna be as kind.
We're not going to assume the hay fever's kicking up. Well, 5-3. That's Falcons with another, and yeah, it could have been cleaner at the end of the day. 3 players still alive. It's not the end of the world. Now, Showstopper Viper's pit in a buy round. That's where it could get dangerous. But again, talking about these early round defaults, shots hit or not, it's a really nice setup that they had. You could see how ready they were for NASR to pull out aggression like that.
5-3. The operator's not going to get back into play, but I also don't think it'd be the time to run it. Marty has the Showstopper online, Viper's Pit available as well. They're definitely in favor when it comes to those ultimates in this round. In fact, they're going to pop the Viper's Pit immediately. Mid-control has definitely been a point of contention, and putting in a trip as well, just to make it that little bit more awkward. And yeah, it's going to be pulled back before they can destroy it.
Lots of spams going down. Some players with 50 bullets left. I think we're going to see an end to that spamming in just a moment. And nothing landed. Of course, the player inside, and I really enjoy seeing it not be the Viper who's taking the contact up close. Second player for the start. Can use that hit without risking it falling. Reposition from Nami now. Has to cover the walkout. Even right now, there's a bit of a danger for them to sneak into heaven, so that's in the back of NASR's minds. Push out, though, is entirely coming from main. Very, very late lurk from Sandra. I mean, she is biding her time and might get huge value out of it with the spike just now planted. She's emerging through the pit as we speak. And although we don't see it, it was a clean kill onto Nami, dropping the pit, a very pivotal frag. And now, well, NASR are going to wish that they saw it happening because they've lost a lot of control, having to give up B site, focus back on their behind, and they've ended up in a 3v3 retake.
Look at the control that's been taken. Ava is already looking to wrap back in. 11-4 right now. Not the player you want behind you as you try and take back the site. Showstopper already being utilized. And it will be a quick trade. A nice shot from Mad B. And now they probably have a decent idea of where Ava's going to be coming from. But she's just playing that time. She knows that it's on her side. Doesn't need to overface. And will even land the shot at the end. Probably the easiest clutch she's had. Or a clutch she made look easy. As it will be a 6th round onto the board.
Very nicely handled. You have to commend Sandra's abilities in taking down Nami. They're creeping up through. NASR had no idea that that was coming in. Well, as they adjust to it, the space is bought. Time there for players to reposition, get themselves onto the spike plant, and a timeout. As NASR look to correct this before it gets a little bit too out of hand. 3 rounds down, not the end of the world, but no credits. Likely a 7-3 scoreline, and at that point, it could definitely spiral into a situation where your second half's relying on a pistol.
Yeah, I think as well we're seeing small adaptations from Falcons, which I quite like. It's fairly expensive utility to use, but they were getting owned by trips. Like, that was what was causing them issues. It was the trips and the cages from Luxie that were causing them problems. So in that last round, okay, the nade didn't destroy the first one. They had to take it back, but the nade was thrown in just to get rid of it. But they also used an aftershock on the B site just to destroy the other trip through the wall. That's why if you watch Mary's entry, it's super casual. Like, she's just walking through and then she blast packs a little bit just for some extra pace. But she knows there's no trips there because they used extra utility just to make sure that nothing's going to catch her. So it meant she could be a lot more aggressive with her space taken towards the back of the site. And there wasn't anywhere near as much risk. As said, quite expensive because aftershocks in late round are normally quite valuable and clearing some of the other angles can be important. But it's just because it's been catching them, it's better to make sure.
Very pointed attack to the A site, and Nami was ready for it. Tucked in the corner, able to catch a free kill onto Mary. Snakebite slows them down, although Marty is dropped up top. Toki overextends a little bit, dropped again. Rifle retrievable, and now NASR are starting to be pretty well armed for some of these fights. Keep Nami taking down Sandra. The recovered rifle catches Ava, and it's a 1 versus 2. Mad V having to do it all. Spike in her possession, 1 flash to work with, and 12 seconds on the fault line. She will get a plant out of this. The position going to be key. Where do NASR approach this from, Tom? They've split up 2 1v1 angles.
Makes me nervous.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the Tiger. That's the worst timing in the world. It's unfortunate for Toki. You can understand it. But as we saw in the last round, Mad V showed us a glimpse of the value she can bring on an individual stance. She's mostly been playing that more supportive, but it's expected. It's a good read. It doesn't even matter. Mad V with a Red Bull clutch, the second they've had in this map so far. And honestly, I feel like sometimes I do feel like she's wasted on a breach. Like, her aim is just too crispy.
Yeah, I mean, Mad V is a player that draws our eye once we see them on the score sheet. Doesn't really matter what they're playing. But this situation here just gifted the win over. At least gifted the 1v1. The fact that you go for the Tiger, probably expecting it to be a default plant, or even for main, like further back. And if it was, I don't think she would have had the timing because she went straight there. Just beautiful prediction as well on Mad V. Marty. Oh, Sandra! 2 kills! Swinging into an op! Swinging into Marty and Toka! That is unbelievable! And look at the space taken. Falcons are scrambling to the A site.
Oh, that might be some of the most unfortunate timing I've ever seen. They're ready to pop a flash with an operator just to get the information. She's going to try and go through this with a shorty. Okay. You know what? I'll allow the overextension
planted.
this time after what you did at the beginning of the round. But you've just, the thing is, from Falcons' perspective, amazing. Like, you're so happy, you're over the moon. From NASA's perspective, did they actually do anything wrong there?
No.
Not really. You had a flash setup into an operator, a player runs around the corner and insta headshots both of you, and your round's over. It's done. You've lost your A site hold. There's nothing you could do at that stage. That's brutal. It's just brutal.
That is, you look at the clutch in the previous round and how it comes down to a timing, essentially, like a perfectly played in the one hand, but a shot was fired in the dark and it happened to land for the right place at the right time. And then this round, I mean, utterly ridiculous. You're swinging into that op against, as I said this yesterday, like Marty, one of the big three when it comes to duelists, no matter what stats you look at, top 3 across the board, and shut down like that quickly. What a swing from Sandra.
I'll be honest, the duelists have been a little bit of a non-factor in this game so far.
Right.
Like, they've been okay. Like, I think Mary's been taking space, but Ava has been god tier. Sandra has been god tier. And then you've just had a couple of clutches here and there that have gone away from Falcons, and that's been the major difference. But an 8-3 half. Bear in mind, I said, before they had Mary, last time out, they played this, they lost to NASR. Now, well, it's been a close game, but the scoreline doesn't represent that at all.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Falcons, 1 round left to play for with a showstopper coming in too. It's got to be demotivating sitting on that defense. They know they could have done better here, and there were a few closer rounds, but the scoreline isn't going to represent that. Chance for 8-4, even now looking slim. Falcons geared up for the A site. The one advantage is that perhaps that showstopper won't find anything. It's fired through, nobody on site, and nobody landed. So it ultimately takes space that was already given up by NASR. That's at least the ulti cancelled.
Even still, not going to be an easy retake. A couple of ultimates pretty close for the side of NASR, but at this stage, they need a kill to get them. Toki, they're looking for her, but just a split second too early. Again, timing has not been kind, and a little bit of a distraction from teammates foul. Okay, seems like Ava was a little bit lost in the source, but it doesn't even matter. It is a cleanup of 9-3 now. Falcons firmly in the driver's seat, and after what was such a close beginning to this game, I feel like we're just being gifted with streaks of rounds in the series we're watching today, bitch.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting out as well the series saying I'm expecting a close one, and I really was. I know. I just need to stop talking.
It's gonna be so dominant. Just don't say a team, because then you'll obviously curse them.
Yeah. One of these teams is gonna win so dominantly.
One of the teams.
You know what? If you've got reservations, move them up. This is going to be a quick one. Yeah. I don't know. Somehow we've ended up in this position where, like, okay, Falcons are the better team. I think that coming in today, I predict them to win. Of course, I think most people do. But NASR have had those glimmers of hope. There's been rounds in their previous games as well. They've looked good. And this, I at least expect a challenge. This is Falcons map pick. Behind us up next. That's for NASR at least. So far, it has felt like the odds are stacked in one team's favor when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, they're going to need to pull out that GX magic and get themselves a pistol. Into the after plant. Stuns through Sandra. W keying her way into this as well. Very quickly, this has fallen apart. Luxie now needs another clutch within the site, and it is not even going to be close. Sandra moves herself ever further up that scoreboard. It's been a great game from her. And wow, double digits for Falcons. Plant. I wouldn't even be overly surprised if NASR tried to gamble something here, because it is looking bleak.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't mind just seeing all the chips on the table. See if you can take the hand. I think at this point, that's sort of the area we're in. Go big or go to bind. 7-round gap. Let's see that investment. Only a couple seconds before the barriers go up, and Well, it's almost a good thing that we don't see them buy into light shields and a few scrappy stingers and whatnot, because we have an outlaw in play. It's on Toki though, and she's on the opposite side of the map, and it looks like a potential retake, but Sandra wants to fire a few pot shots through the smoke. Wire destroyed already by a blast pack, and so no option to get the free kill.
Well, they're definitely expecting this aggression, just waiting for it. Marty at least will be able to get one, but it's a very quick cleanup from the remaining players. And Mitch for a second believed there was going to be an outlaw kill he could talk about, but there won't be.
Well, you know, a big part of that was the confidence that some of these players had to swing into the angles, knowing the outlaw would be trading them if they just do 10 damage. And I think really that's what we're missing from NASR. Not one outlaw bought, 3 rounds.
They
Falcons buy an outlaw, 11 rounds.
Damage. They needed to do 10 damage versus unarmored players.
Yes, and if they just do that, you know, they felt confident knowing that. Yeah, I realize what you're saying. They weren't 150. Yeah. No,
how much damage does an outlaw
It does 140, Tom. Yes, I realized.
So
I made a mistake. I'm
that
sorry.
That doesn't add up.
Yeah, it doesn't. They had light shields and no shields. Okay, come on now. I make one mistake, Tom. Okay, I was just excited. I wanted to talk about the outlaw. I'm sorry. Well, they've got full shields now, Tom. You know what that means. If they do 10 damage, the outlaw's only going to be 1 hit. Set up beautifully. And damage.
Mary is going to force this fight. Well, gee, we're going to pop the showstopper. Maybe expecting there to be a couple more players here. This is the 4-buy. This is the round that was saved from NASR, and it has already gone poorly, to say the least. Information is going to be had. Nobody currently defending this A site, looking like a full retake may be attempted. That space will now be taken, trip destroyed, and the rest of the players are all on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons had a decent bit of information here, and look at them. Stacked up 4 players, 3 on this angle. And somehow looks he gets away with 1 and almost the second. 45 left on Sandra. Flash, well, that's not going to do too much. And Nami, Nami's position might be able to change the course of this game if Toka can slow them down enough coming out of screens. Never mind, both of them are dropped immediately. Falcons on their A game with 12-3 on the board. It seems like all hope is lost for Split if you're a NASR fan.
Yeah, I think we saw maybe a bit of a slow start from the side of Falcons, but the way they've been dealing with players in these last few rounds has been really impressive. Like, you've had even I think it was the last player who was close there, Toka, got stunned and flashed in that close angle. Like, they knew that was one of the only risky spots that they would have to face off against, and then they still had a player watching the backlines just to be certain that there was no way they were going to get caught. Really methodical stuff from the side of Falcons. And as said, like, I wouldn't have been surprised if we saw the veto go the other way and that their opponents picked this map and they picked Bind, because they've looked good on Bind. So I'm definitely very nervous now for the side of NASR if this is the version of Falcons they're facing off against today.
Yeah, again, I want to lean the hope towards their map being up next, and perhaps that can help out, certainly in the comfort zone. But again, it hasn't looked like it's the early round approaches that are the problem. Getting onto sites at times has been there. When it came to the defensive side, NASR have been in a position where I don't feel like they're lost individually, or lost as a team rather, but when it comes to individual fights, Falcons are coming ahead. Time and time again, prime example, Sandra dropping 2, but Marty's able to pull it back into a reasonably doable position. The spike plant acquired. And it's going to be Marty and Safia looking to do on the elbow, but surely the Util's about to push them back. Oh, maybe not. Still paranoia for Toki too.
Counter Util. Slow either side down. Mary's managed to get quite far out and already claims Nami. Players around the smoke, it might get a little bit interesting. Safia with a chance to find some space. In fact, both players have gone in that direction. Ava, though, instead will continue as she means to go on. A masterclass from Falcons after a bit of a slower start. They'll close out their map choice 13-3. And I don't care who you are, Mitch. I don't think anybody thought this was going to be the scoreline of map 1.
You don't care who I am? I have to say,
Are you?
I'm very impressed by what we've just seen. Even in this last round, Ava, the patience she displayed. You had players running around shooting to distract, and she was waiting for someone to walk through that smoke, looking left to take her teammates down. Second, they run down elbow to fight on site. She creeps into the smoke, takes the space, and catches them off guard. This just looked like Falcons playing individually a completely different game. They're winning their fights, and often there's not much that you can do when a team is hitting that stride. Like you said, Tom, it's gonna be scary times for the NASR fans out there. But next up is Bind. That's their pick, and we'll be tossing this one to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk will tell you why NASR are gonna win Bind.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls.
Well, that was a statement from Falcons. It's a rematch, but they came here to dominate. I've got Inami and Pilski with me here once again. We talked about it. Mary wasn't there the last time they played against each other, but it feels like Mary might not need to be there. Everyone else is just going crazy on that map.
Yeah, just looking at the score, Eva just comes in so strong. Her performance overall was insane, but the team overall just played well together. We don't need Mary to do these crazy plays. Even Mad V had some crazy clutches. We saw Sandra do some crazy clutches, and also we spoke about how Omen is probably the new duelist because Toki was just insane on this Asian.
Yeah, I mean, all of the players playing pretty fantastically on Falcons, as mentioned. Sarah not really needed. This was a nice clutch from Safia. And actually, Falcons started very slow. They lost 2 of those attacking rounds where really it didn't look like much was going right for them. But after that, they really just seemed to wake up. You saw these sick clutches for Madfi. The main thing that I wanted to highlight was Sandra on the Cypher. You saw that round where she walked out A and double entry, which left everyone gobsmacked. But she went 6-1 in opening duels, and they won the majority of their rounds on the attacking side. So that tells you that she's just walking out on the map and finding those opening duels, finding entries. And when a Cypher's self-sufficiently able to do that, able to find those openers, it really makes your life on defense an absolute nightmare because it's not even the pack or the Raze that's exploiting you. You're just getting lurked on.
Honestly, I don't know why I doubted Mad V in that clutch, but of course she wins those. But as we said, it was very much a team effort in the end because when Mary joined, I thought maybe the plan would just be like Mary go kill, Mad V go kill sometimes when Mary is not killing and everyone else just kind of support them. But that was just a huge win to start off with. We can see why they chose that map now, even though they haven't played it since the last time they faced NASR. But this is the interesting thing as we move on to Bind. Inami, are we expecting a similar result at all, you think? Falcons are just going to take this 2-0?
Honestly, when I look at Bind, I see that Falcon picks to start on attack, and their attack hasn't been their best so far in the stats. So maybe they're just, if they're able to carry on the momentum and NASR aren't able to like find the mental strength going into this map, then maybe we will see them just bringing back all this action and all this aggressiveness, and NASR will probably have no answer.
Yeah, I think Bind's going to be an interesting one, and I'd agree with that. I was looking at the same thing as well. Attack rounds are a little harder to come by for Falcons, but they do have a comp that can be explosive and that can rip out these quick exes if they play the same comp, and actually both of these teams playing a pretty similar looking comp. It's just the difference of the double initiator that you see on the... sorry, it's a difference of controller rather for an Omen or a Brimmy, but they're both playing a very similar comp, so we'll see if they keep those same comps. And as for NASR, I mean, they picked this map, but I haven't really seen very many reps on it, is the thing in this this stage of Game Changers. They've only played the one game in the group stage versus Focus, and that's not a particularly strong team to be cutting your teeth on, and you got to win this map or you're out in fourth.
Yeah, this is the thing. Elimination is on the line. But what is the answer, Pilski? What can NASR do to take this to a map 3? A map 3 that you really want to see as well in this series?
Oh, yeah, the Ascent comps will be crazy. I mean, I just feel like they didn't play well enough individually to go up against Falcons. They had a couple of rounds where it felt like Falcons just walked into them, and, you know, Luxie as well as the Viper last map were doing a pretty good job, like, locking down the sites. But outside of that, it didn't really feel like people were, you know, on the same page. People were locked in. So I think particularly with the comp that they're running, where they're running the double initiator, they need to be able to coordinate the util and make sure they're switched on, or this is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, if they're able to find that common ground where they're able to communicate properly, because we've seen some of these players putting in some very good rounds. We've seen Luxie with her like almost triple or like quadra, even with the classic, and then we've seen also Safia performing so well. So if we're able to see them coming in as strong and being able to communicate with each other, then we'll probably go to Ascent and Pilski will be happy.
Oh,
I will say as well, just before, is like Marty had a bit of a nightmare on the Raze, that she's got to go back on the Raze for Bind. There was a lot of op purchasing going on and not a lot of impact there. So maybe just stick on the rifle defensive side bind. You can have a lot of good plays you can do as Raze, and we'll see if she can turn her performance around, because she's been one of the stronger duelists in the competition, and that was not a great game from her.
I think for me, they just got to have a less of a slower start. The start, I felt like on the last one, costed them a little bit. I feel like every half has been a nice 3 half, and my God,
Ooh,
finally
okay.
something juicy.
Okay, we're swapping to the deadlock. No Viper for them, so it's not a huge change composition-wise. You're just swapping out the pseudo Sentinel for an actual Sentinel. That's going to really change how you play your attacking side, though. And actually, there might be more of a change than that now that I look at it. They've mixed in the Breach as well. They're keeping the Omen, so Sky out for Breach, and then Viper out for Deadlock. And we're seeing Deadlock's popularity be terrorizing the ranked queues, but now I'm finally seeing it in an official.
So are you expecting it to be as terrorizing?
I don't know. I think Deadlock's one of those things where, like, if you're not used to playing against it, well, you know, it can catch you off guard. But, at the end of the day, the composition's not going to matter too much if they can't, be able to shoot back like we saw on Split.
Yeah, it's definitely caught me off guard. Nami has played Deadlock before. This is not entirely new for her, but Mitch and Tom, finally, we get to see something spicy on Bind.
Finally, Tom. Finally, we get to see the Deadlock. I know you've been very excited about this. I always see you in Sliggy's chat under your pseudonym. Is it Saint, right? You love this agent.
Don't worry, I'm not muted. I'm just ignoring that comment. I don't mind the Deadlock. I think it's a niche. I think it has its uses. I do think on attack, it's very, very sort of bleak for what you can do. A lot of it will be you can use the wall to sort of block off your flanks, or try and catch some people with some interesting grab net plays. On the defense, yeah, you're going to have a lot of traps. I think there's a lot of cool ideas you can do with the sensors. And I guess on the attack as well, if you can get into the post plant, there's been some cool things. But I feel like we've seen, at least a few times it was played in EMEA, a lot of teams didn't have the best synergy with it. Like, there would be a lot of, like, slip-ups and mistakes. So I'm interested to see what NASR have got to offer. It's definitely a bit of a gamble, though, because it might work wonderfully. Falcons don't know how to play against it. But if they're ready for something like this, it's possible you get slammed.
Absolutely. Yeah, listen, the idea of bringing Deadlock in, sure, there's going to be some ideas. I think in particular that trap outside of Hookah, but hey, listen, you need your opponents to be caught off by it, to not be ready to deal with it, because I think by and large we haven't seen a team pull off Deadlock to the extent that I've been convinced about this agent's position in a pool. There's aggression.
Sadak on Loud was pretty, I liked it.
Fair enough. Well, there's aggression coming down on Bath. In fact, a lot of aggression on Bath. Falcons have TP'd in order to deal with that player that pushed up, having already found the first, and now they've got the control, the advantage to play with as well. 3 players towards this A site, but they're playing for the orb. This is early game, 45 seconds left, plenty of time to rotate, especially with those teleporters, and they've left Mary behind to try to find a pick or some space on B later.
The thing I liked in the last map was that Falcons were very happy to commit utility to destroy Cypher util that was being irritating. I wonder if it'll be the same here. Luxie, though, that's a big kill. Getting rid of Mary on the lurk. It is still going to leave Toker as the lone defender of this A site. Actually, I wonder if she's going to take a little bit of a risk. It seemed like maybe trying to find a planter, but obviously in that case it was the Gecko, and well, that'd be a bit more of an aggressive agent she's got this time, Mitch, and you could already see the difference.
Yeah, it's certainly working out in this round. We've already seen it narrowed down to just Luxie. 48 HP, attempting to take back the Dizzy, but the chances to use it will be slim to none. Ava quickly dealing that final point of damage and putting it 1-0 for Falcons, a pistol under their belt. This is NASR's pick, so we don't expect the rifles to look as bleak as Split, but Tom, we do not want to see Falcons build early momentum if we have any hope for a third map.
Yeah, I think especially when you're playing something a bit more niche, you really want to get off to those good starts, because I think both of these teams have already proven, especially on this map, that you're more likely to see those rounds pop up on the defensive side. I think that although there's an opportunity for NASR to have a lot of set plays on the defense, I do feel like you're going to have a little bit more of a problem with flanks. You're going to have to be a lot more careful with everything you're doing. So I want to see like a solid minimum 7, but ideally like 8+ round defense half if you're going to be running comps like this.
Here also, there's funny to think that on some days, Tom, we would be going into map 3 of the first series right around now, maybe a little bit earlier. But well,
it's been a speed run.
We have had nothing but dominant games, and I am, for that reason, flying the flag of NASR in this game. I want them to work, making it difficult for me by running the deadlock.
Why have you said that? Like,
That's true.
You remember what I said last map where I was like,
I do.
if you're gonna say that a team you want like a team to win, don't say the
See,
name
I
of the
just
team.
I don't believe in
and then,
curses,
like,
Tom.
literally like 20 minutes later, you did exactly.
I
the
don't
opposite.
believe it. I don't believe in curses. They
You kind
don't
of do
exist.
a little bit though, don't you?
Only because of the statistics. The data is starting to. It's hard to read it a different way, but I choose
Liquid,
to.
baby.
30 seconds.
All right. Well, there's no need for that. Falcons off to a good start, taking down 1, 2, 3, and well, it looks like 4 is on its way. Snake bitten. Luxie continues forward, and the head peek angle from Mary drops her. It's like another Andalucia flawless on the way, and it will be locked in by Madv.
Mitch starts flying the flag of NASR, and immediately there is an Andalucia flawless in the other direction. Who could have seen that one coming? Obviously, it's a lower by round, so not really much expectations on the NASR defense, but this is ultimately where we want to see them sort of get back onto the board, and this is where you'll obviously have all of that utility available to you as well. The main worry, though, is the fact that Madv already has Thrash. Like, such an impactful ultimate, especially for like a more aggressive burst plays. I'm liking the attempted combo of utility. I believe that was the grav net with the nade to try and kick things off. Unfortunately, it done a little bit of damage, but not anything too crazy.
Nami's been busy putting the sonic sensor on B, running back to get involved on A, and also put the barrier mesh down inside a bathroom. Most of the utility expended already. See if there's a follow-up on it. In fact, these players are pushed into bathroom control that they're not really able to take with the wall. Sort of locked in now with these enemies, and well, they've given up short. They've been locked into Bath, and just like that, the round seems to be over. Luxie and Safia against all odds on this clutch. 2 versus 4. Oh, the first shots actually do land, just ducking under Mary's fire, and that might make it doable.
You want more? Here's more.
Second burst of Thrash. That's going to be a very easy kill. Attempted trade, not quite quick enough from Safia either. Done a lot of damage, but it's sort of untapped. Like, you know that there's going to be maybe one player low, but I don't think they're going to realize how low some of the players on the other side are. So just holding on to that weapon is going to be the more important factor here. A great round from Falcons, mostly based around, again, that Thrash. And I think that was actually where the problem sort of arose. Like, the initial plan off the back of Deadlock was to have that initial grab net alongside a nade, hopefully do some damage, and then lock down the showers. The problem is they almost needed the space in showers because of the ult. Like, the ult's going to come through and force you backwards. So you kind of want to aggress and take some map control, but you can't because your own wall is in the way.
Sound sensor up.
Yeah, this was a big problem for them there. And you saw them, sure, you find the first kill on the player pushing Bath. Outside of that, though, you then have to turn around and take the fight as if you're an attacker now, and they're waiting. If not waiting, they're pushing it down. Barrier mesh again, trying to give them that little bit of free space in the beginning of the round, but it will not work out. Players break it immediately and look to challenge. It's early information. Toki is about to get some info of her own. It's a lot of players coming around that corner, spraying away. Somehow she's still alive. 7 health, holding on, clinging on for dear life, but healthy enough to still fire back. And, well, Ava's also got the heal. So we could very quickly see Toki back up close to full.
Smoke's down.
The only thing they have to be careful of is their flank. It's a Toki already watching a little bit further back, but that main push may be going down. It seems like she's aware, though. 3rd kill already, finally. The 3rd player she faced against will put her in the grave. Marty's found another. This round has now become at least a little bit more competitive. He hyped up Marty in the last
Last
map as someone
player
who can
standing.
pop off. This would be the time to do it, but unfortunately, up against Mary. Loxy now against the full force of the remaining players of Falcons. And a 4-0 start. As said, I was kind of hoping this defensive side would have around that 8-round marker based off previous results and the comp they're running. That will be tough now.
Yeah, it will be an uphill battle, let me tell you. And so far, you know, a lot of the conversation when you look at Falcons does revolve around Mary. And even in the previous map, Marty, as another top 3 player, like you said, didn't really have that same level of impact. And it wasn't even Mary shutting her down. This just speaks to the protocols that Falcons have in play, that you have so many other players and indeed so many reactions to the types of takes that NASR are going for that you consistently can react and put them on the back foot. I think it's one of the hardest series so far that Marty has faced, especially in these early rounds here, not really able to get a word in to these rounds. A big problem for them if that carries on, because it just seems like Falcons' game plan is the rock to their scissors.
I think as well, it's also just the team that's been built by Falcons. It's like, you mentioned Mary. I think the big thing in the last map was that Mary was first in, Ava was the player behind her. So even if you win that battle versus Mary, you've now got to correct quick enough or quicker than Ava can headshot you, which is not going to happen. Like, it just isn't. She is so good in that second player in role and with the supportive utility as well. I think that, again, an underrated signing for this Falcon squad just because of the other players they have. That's all it really is. But she was tearing it up in BBL Queens and is now doing the exact same thing here. Nonetheless, a pause taken. Thrash online now for Luxy, so especially in retake scenarios, I think they're going to have the utility available. The problem, though, is a lot of the other utility they have is more about stopping power. It's about slowing teams down. Again, especially highlighting that deadlock. So, be interested to see what sort of goal they have in this round. It does look to be much more of a sort of aggressive stance when it comes to their A defense.
Yeah, definitely. Pushing up in this corner here for Marty. There's a moment where I thought the swing would come through, but the smoke allows them to play that little bit safer. Aid to slow the push. Cancel out the Tiger we just saw. Same attempt to try to stick them in position with the deadlock utility. Unfortunately, this time around, no results for the grab net. Now here's the counter push. Flash out is good. Falcons use that space to go through the teleporter, taking this the other side. Be now under threat. They're a little bit slow on the way through, and the rotations have already begun. Some players going towards long. They'll be late to the fight. Nade on back. And in fact, a lot of utility firing through. Luxy's left on 70 HP as her teammate has fallen, but the rest now emerge from this choke point. NASR have got a pretty good heads up on the rotations. And Sandra's left, what? Stuck inside of Hookah. Spike planted down in the open. 12 HP that she's up against. Seems to be a round win locked in. An orbital strike would certainly guarantee it. And whoa, she's playing it, risking it that it wasn't being stuck all the way. And in the end, that pays off for a third kill. And another round that, sure, it comes close, but the lead extends 5-0.
This one was definitely like the most competitive. I think even like Luxy being that surprise factor, but in an aggressive position where that ultimate couldn't really be utilized. And then I think the main thing was just the fact that Wingman actually plants a spike. Because if not, then it's problematic for Sandra in that clutch. Has to jump out of Hookah, but just having that ability available to do the work for her. 5-0. Ult's now built up as well for the side of Falcons. And they're up against what is a much weaker purchase. Again, I'm wondering if we're going to see some slightly more aggressive moves from this defense. Because they've been playing forward on the sites that they are on. Like, it's never been like passive defensive positions. But they've not actually taken much ground other than in these sort of eco rounds.
Yeah, like the bathroom push or something like that. We've seen here and there, like pistol rounds, or like you say, the ecos. But right now, they are tucked way, way back. Again, waiting for Falcons execute to come through, and maybe some reliance on that deadlock utility to actually give them a couple of kills. Like for Toka, if somebody dives out of Hookah, that could be a free kill. Same thing if they blast pack through on A, but instead they've avoided that utility completely. Now they've got the ranged fights to work with, and it looks like it's an easy set of picks for the side of Falcons. 5 versus 2. Lots of utility for post plant, and most of it probably not going to be needed with the space they have.
I think the thing that's a little bit surprising for me there is that I think the supportive utility... Oh.
What?
Oh. Okay. Somehow Marty is getting away with a little bit more. I might pause my train of thought for a second. Grabnet is going to make things more awkward for Ava as she's now pressured on a third kill for Marty. Finally starting to come alive, but I don't know if there's going to be enough left in the tank. The aggressive positions maybe cost a little bit more than Falcons would have liked. Yeah, what I was going to say is that, like, the initial utility that was thrown from the side of NASR was great. Like, Mary was left blinded completely, but there was just nothing to go off it. So it's like the utility's definitely being thrown, being utilized. It's just that the plays behind it aren't necessarily there just yet.
Well, there's not a long time left to figure this one out. I wouldn't be surprised to see a pause called right about here for NASR to catch their bearings ahead of a big round, but they decide to go head first. Diving into this 7th round up against Falcons, it's been far from a success in most of the rounds we've seen so far, and a default from Falcons waiting for any aggression out of this defensive side. It does feel like that's the little bit of an extra element they could add to it, missing ingredient. Proactive aggression, and it seems like Falcons expect that. They're waiting for it, and they'll just run this clock down, which also means the barrier mesh will disappear fairly soon.
Poison's off.
Still a lot of ults available for either side, but again, I like the switch up. They've mainly been playing in these sort of closer spots, but realizing that that Thrash is available, it's just going to be that little bit more passive. Showstopper thrown out, used in an attempt to try and deny the Thrash. Well, ultimately, it's not going to happen on either side. Marty's just running in with the Showstopper as well, neither being particularly accurate. And well, Mary's not going to connect the shots. Even still, the trade's back are thick and fast. Ava with one, Sandra with another, keeping this player advantage firmly in their control, but that spike never got planted. They're going to try and double back to the other side of the map, and the utility not in place to slow them down. They're patient in case anybody comes running back through, but not going to be the case this time.
10 seconds left.
If only they had those sound sensors online. What a difference it would make. But yeah, unfortunately not able to get anywhere near the success I guess they were looking for on NASR in the initial execution on A, but now set up in a 3v3. It's some sort of footwork to work around that nade. I thought they were going to go pushing through it afterwards, use it as a timing, but no. Instead, moving back, just covering the spike. They'll run this down on time and lock down positions like Hookah, already eliminating Luxie. 38 HP on Marty. No utility to block off, no smokes, no paranoias. Instead, it has to be the rifles just taking the fights. Eventually, smoke comes online. It's popped for Safia to swing out of it, and she almost followed up with the next. But it's shut down to put 7 on the board for Falcons, and well, we don't even have a single one for NASR just yet. This is a bleak outlook for the defense.
No, and again, I think it's been those quote-unquote supportive players, which I feel like at this stage we've got to change that term, because I don't think anybody on Falcons can be considered a support player when your Brimstone is 9 and 3 at the top of the board. 9 and 3 for Brim, 8 and 3 for Viper. Like, it's ridiculous how much depth this Falcons roster has. And the second that plant goes down, I'll be honest, I already believe the round is over. These retakes haven't been even remotely close. The only close one was versus a Marshall, and that's because Falcons were, I feel like, getting a little bit ahead of themselves and started peaking. And even then, the round wasn't close. The round was over. It was just damage. 7 and 0. Right, that's the thing as well. I feel like last map, the scoreline, at least maybe for the first 10 rounds, was a misrepresentation of the match. This is a perfect representation of the match. This is a 7-0 game.
Yes. By all accounts, Falcons have earned and deserved the rounds on the board. They've come out ahead. When it came to clutches, they're good for it. The 1v1s, the tighter rounds, it doesn't matter. They've had a lot of convincing ones. Barrier mesh used up. It's gone a little too deep. Mary's already passed it. Coming up close and unexpected. Nami dropped. Nade is actually very good. This might even force Safia forward, or at least to take some damage. Now she's got a safe spot to work with, but so is Mary, dodging the rolling thunder and running out of ammo. That's the only way they can take her down by the looks of things. The problem again, the kills just keep going their way. Ava even lining up the last two. There's just nothing for Falcons to do. They can't take a step wrong. Every step is towards victory. 8-0.
Honestly, I think well, unless you're a NASR fan, but the only thing personally making me sad about today is just watching the BBL Queens players just being so good on other teams that it just makes me miss that team. 'Cause it was just so good. Ava's just trounced them. This is a team diff right now, and I'll be like, I'm not gonna sit there and say that one agent is the reason that this has been changed, but I'm yet to see anything from the deadlock that's made me wonder why it's actually in the game, in this match. I mean,
in the game.
To be honest, that's enough.
Yeah,
It's fine. It has its aspects, but I think the problem is because it's a niche. The second it's in the game, you focus on it, and so far, I haven't seen anything that's really made it worthwhile, especially over a Cypher.
Well, there's a stun.
Yeah,
player got away though.
Damage off it.
Yeah, player got away at the end of the day. The push up, proactive aggression. We were asking for it earlier. NASR now. I think a very early flank for Marty. These players still waiting on long. Yeah. Oh, okay, one's already gone. That leaves a pretty tough position for Luxie to play from. Trapped in the corner, flash stunned and dealt with. The Viper's Pit aggressively used to cut off the pushes through the spawn. 37 HP for Toki, but being healed up now. And will also not be the first point of contact. You can see inside the ultimate Sandra is sitting there waiting for a player to emerge. And with how deep that ult goes, they'll be very low when they do. Marty at least finds one. That flank eventually realized.
Yeah, the player behind is one of the only real dangers, because the rest having to push through the pit is not going to be the easiest. They're trying to avoid it, wrap around it, but Mary is watching, playing within. Another kill goes their way, looking like the retake might just be possible. It's down to Mary, all alone, and a triple peak for NASR will finally get their first round on the board. It does come down to a retake in the end, but at least they got one. Honestly, at least they got one.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the point we're at, Tom, it tells the story itself, doesn't it? Finally getting the one on the board. It is a difficult round to get as well, as we say, pushing back through that, all that utility that you have, the Viper's Pit, the player up close. I think if there's a 5-second delay on Marty's flank, she's in a much different position where that player is very ready to take the fight. But like I said, that proactive aggression that we finally got to see come through, it finds its result. This is good to see. But one round is one round, and there are many more needed before we start to believe in this. Falcons were able to course correct last time as well, leaving NASR down to the last round with next to no money. Started out with Marty drop down with Safia following. Oh, this is rough.
Yeah, and this is elimination on the line as well. I don't think we've hammered it home anywhere near enough within this series that one of these teams is out, and it is looking very likely to be one of them. I think it's because of how dominant Falcons have been. You almost forget that there is so much on the line here for NASR, a chance to make it into that top 3 bracket. Right now, it seems like the top 3 of pretty much everyone's expectations might just be the top 3 we get, with Giant X waiting in that lower final, with, of course, G2 goes and waiting in the final. And after what was, as I said, at least they get one. There is a reason for that. An immediate response. Mary with the opener, Ava with that follow-up. And as said, her as the second player in, just the chef's kiss. It just works. And, well, 2 players just looking to save with a soon-to-be scoreline of 9-1 down. I think that tells you all you need to know.
Yep. That paints the picture. Using no color other than gray. Nice stuff for Luxie, at least picking up a few kills, but well, it comes down to nothing more than an aimbots routine, considering Falcons are in a prime position economically. Plenty of credits left for the last 2 rounds. Ulti's coming online. Orbital Strike, Showstopper as well. These are ults that can just hammer home around, and lock it in. And to be honest, that's not something that we need to see Falcons with in their back pocket. On the other side, though, NASR do have good reactive ults, Showstopper, and a Thrash online. Being able to follow up on them is the key thing, and it looks like Marty might be ripping this rocket right off the start of the round. Barriers up, Marty in, and the shot is landed. Mad V dropped Spike under their control as well. A phenomenal start to round 11. The aggression comes out again. Showstopper fired, nothing landed on the back of it. It looks like finally things are going NASR's way. They found the favor, and all they have to do is lock it down with Spike under their control.
This reminds me of a GX round, like super aggressive, just throwing everything at the wall. And honestly, it's understandable with how this game has gone so far. It still could fall away from them though, as Ava somehow turns this into a competitive one. Lucky now, the last player standing gets a 1v1 for free. Now it's up to her versus Nami. A quiet game for her thus far. The net's not going to catch anything, but it does give her potentially an anti-attack. The Spike going to be fought for, and it's still going to go wrong for NASR. A Red Bull clutch. Oh no. Oh dear.
I can't believe this. I cannot believe it. What a phenomenal start to the round. The Showstopper. It even looked like that should be it. Showstopper misses. That's your chance to get back into the round. Your free entry back, and this is how they win it. Another clutch play that goes their way. There haven't actually been that many clutches because Falcons have won rounds so convincingly, but when they've needed to get them, they've gotten them.
Yeah, they've won pretty much every single round of fairly clean eliminations. That's why they're coming into this round with, wow, this is the last round and a half, and Toki has 6,700 credits. Ava already, I said she's great as the second player, and it also turns out she can do well as the first, as they're already going to have themselves a player advantage, a weaponry advantage, a round advantage. And now Nami left to try and fight, and well, you wouldn't believe it, but that's going to be another round on the board for Falcons. 11-1, an elimination match. NASR now, well, to win in regulation, need to 12-0 the second half.
You know, it's times like this, Tom, where I wish we still had the 3-minute desk at halftime. I would love to see Sue, Pilsky, and Anami try to break this one down. What's that?
I wish that after a couple of rounds at the beginning of this game, you didn't say that you were siding with NASR.
Oh, come on. Come on now.
Did you or did you not say it?
Listen, whether I said it or not, it had no bearing over this game.
At the time that they're now screwed?
You did say that, Tom, but I don't think that had anything to do with what we just witnessed.
If the analyst desk wants to go back and clip him saying that,
for God's sake,
and then showing this scoreline, I wouldn't mind, honestly.
I did start today out saying I've got a train to catch, and I appreciate both of our winning teams today for hearing me out on that one. But really, I did come here, not go to the earlier train. I kind of wanted to see some good Valorant, and I've gotten to see a lot of good Valorant from Falcons. Let me tell you, NASR have been
50% of the teams you have seen great Valorant.
That's just rude. I wasn't going to go that far, but yeah, no, I think like the reality is there are clear favorites here. That's pretty funny. Just that Ava's trapped in by the mesh and Marty picking up 2. This is a pistol that could go their way, and now it should, Tom.
Spike planted.
Damn, you're not even confident in a 5v2 anymore. That's,
are you?
Yeah.
Mary and Matt V?
It's done. It's done. See? Easy peasy. Didn't even lose a player. I had no doubt. Confident.
That was
it's me saying it, so it's fine. Andaluthia flawless.
That could very easily have spiraled out of control if they didn't have Deadlock. The sound sensor, the mesh, everything saved them here. Tom, I think if anything, this round was won by Deadlock. Wouldn't you agree?
One enemy remaining.
No, but sure, if that's how you want to sell it, if everybody should play Deadlock, especially Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid, EMEA, Enzo should play Deadlock.
No. Now, hold on. Where are the roles
that's
going?
That's all I want to see.
What are we talking about here? What are we doing?
It doesn't matter. Deadlock wins rounds. Enzo wins rounds. So
Nat's on Deadlock.
To be honest, he'd probably pull it off.
He'd be nuts.
I just don't want to see that because he's the best cipher in the world.
Well, Falcons are left to Pistols, and listen, Pistols have done damage. Yesterday was full of Sheriff highlights. That nade is perfect. And the shots are 2. Oh no! Falcons are back on it. 4 versus 2. NASR on the back foot. 1 rifle for Marty, an SMG for Luxie, and the shot's not landing to start with. It's only Marty left, and it's falling apart, Tom. They've done it with Pistols. It's 12-2. God, just give them something. Just give them something. There's no need. Oh, it's tragic.
It's funny how when you're having a breakdown, you sound way more Irish.
Thank you, I guess. Oh,
that's the most Irish you've sounded in a while. But this is just pain. Like you might think,
God,
why is Tom laughing? It's laughing through what would be tears, because this is it's just painful. Like especially for what this game represents. Like, both these teams have made it into the top 4. I think for NASR, that is an achievement in itself. Like it's a solid performance from them, but going out like this is depressing. Like no one wants to see this, unless you are maybe like Grant from Falcons. He probably wants to see this, but yeah.
I came into this map supporting Falcons, flying my flag high, and it's at half mast now. It could well be the death of Bind and the death of this series. A quick one for Falcons, and I had faith because of what we just witnessed in the previous round. They've done it again, fighting back from the disadvantages and putting the round on the board. 13-12, or 13-12, I wish, 13-2. NASR barely off the starting mark, and wow, I was hoping for a close series, a map 3. I was even willing the overtime into existence here in the last round, but it's not to be. Falcons just outclassing their opponents, and at this point, Tom, looking likely to make that lower bracket run.
But that's the thing, that's the good thing that's come out of this series, is Falcons looking like they're in full force. They're aiming for that final. They're aiming to face off against G2 Gozen again. They're going to go up against GX, and everything is set for an absolute banger game in that lower final. Unfortunately for NASR, it wasn't their day.
No, it really wasn't. This was a Falcons day, and what a phenomenal performance it was from them. We've also had a phenomenal performance from our analyst desk. You guys have been doing great. Let's get them back in here. Take it away, Sue.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to us, Mitch. Oh, thank you for that. But no, our performance is nowhere near as good as what we saw from Falcons. It was from start to finish, Pilski flawless.
Yeah, they make my job hard because there's just really not that many rounds to break down at the end of the day. But they played pretty phenomenal today on both maps. And yeah, weird last minute comp change aside on Bind from NASR. I think Falcons was just playing their absolute A game today, and all 5 of them were on point. And you know, you can talk about the comps, you can talk about the video all you want, but they just shot harder, like way harder. They were way more coordinated, and that's really scary if you're a team like Giant X, for example, who's probably got to play them for that grand final spot.
Yeah, they were just phenomenal, and it all started with them winning the pistol, them winning the bonus, but then on the 3rd round, they already had the trash to play with, so they were already so ahead, and they just easily kind of won this round. We expected their attack to be weaker, but they were on a next level.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? Like, they had a harder time getting attack rounds. And then you go into a game like this on Bind against NASR, who's gone ahead and swapped out for the deadlock comp, and you're expecting them to have, like, a decent defensive side half. Unfortunately, when you get the early thrash timing on Mad V in the opening bonus round, and then win that bonus off of... I mean, it was partially the ult. The ult definitely helps facilitate that short A execute, which is something that you can do a lot of through the Viper wall with this comp in particular. But just winning that bonus got them off to this momentum where they just had a ton of cash, and they had this crazy attack half, and they just kind of rode that to winning the game. But even if they didn't ride that to winning the game, looking at NASR's comp switching over to the attacking side without the info denial wall of the Viper and switching to the deadlock, I wasn't really sure how they were going to be able to navigate their attack, to be honest.
Do you know what? Let's take a look at that comp. I know we were meant to do something else beforehand, but I'm gonna give our producer a little challenge. Today has been too smooth. It's been too too quick. There we go. No, he didn't pass, but it's okay. We could talk about Sandra before we talk about the comp, because we talk about the role swaps and how this team is kind of using officials as almost practice to get everyone on board. But Inami, at this point, it even feels like a role swap is not even that big of a deal for them. They could just do it.
She said it, and she just proved it on the server. She said that like it just felt almost natural for them to just fill in, and it didn't feel that hard in game. And I feel like all the members of Team Falcon just showed us today that no, it's not always about Mary, and it's not always about Madvi. They also can come in clutch. And honestly, her performance through the whole tournament, and I mean the whole best of 3, has been just phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, she was fantastic. Almost 300 ACS on both maps. Tons and tons of entries, tons of multi-frags in a role where you wouldn't expect it. Yeah, this agent pool on Bind, first time that they played this. I had a lot of issues with this comp, but particularly on the defense, it didn't really feel like they were counter-utiling very well. Like, it's a Breach, Gecko, Omen, a Raze as well. You know, the Deadlock's meant to hold down certain angles as the core Senti. It really didn't feel like when the executes were coming in, they were counter-utiling and getting the paranoia fault line, like Dizzy Flash and flooding out with it, and that's really how they needed to play it. But another huge issue is the Omen cycling the smokes. Like, it felt like they were trying to defend that B side sometimes without the Viper wall, and the B long was just open with nothing to stop the attackers just sitting in garden and shooting you when you try to flood out and on the B side in open space.
Honestly, I respect the fact that they took a risk. You know, I respect the fact that they picked a map. They had a game plan. Unfortunately, as you guys said, they weren't shooting as hard as the side of Falcons. But we don't see this comp very often. We have seen it in the past, not here. We don't see it very often. It probably to a degree could throw their opponents off. But I like this level of risk taking. You know, we spoke about the fact that not a lot of people expected NASR to get this far, and I think Inami, the fact that they managed to get this far and they show some depth is a good thing for the future.
Yeah, it's been honestly an amazing run for them, getting into the top 4, even if after this loss, people may forget, but this is the top is supposed to be harder to like break through. We have the best teams right now on EMEA fighting for that top spot. So of course it's going to be hard. It just wasn't their day in a way, but they still made it to the top 4. So honestly, congrats to them for that.
Yeah, it's a great result. Obviously, as I mentioned in the pre-show, although they didn't really have the best of results against Falcons today, they did break that 5th-6th kind of curse they've had a couple of times. Last time they fell down against Valiant, I think, and this time around, playing a Carmine core lineup that's no joke, that's got some great players on it. They were able to beat them. Did not show their best selves today against Falcons, but if they can keep doing what they did from last stage to this stage and leapfrogging one result at a time and improving incrementally before the next stage, then hopefully they can do a little bit better, because they've accrued themselves some pretty good points, and they've shown that they can take series off some very, very good teams. They just really didn't play well today, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned, you know, where they came from, because they came from contenders. We highlighted it already. Contenders here. The teams that have come through contenders have always impressed. They've always done super, super well. Now, you guys who are watching this right now, you can also play in contenders if you would like to. Registration is open. Feel free to sign up, and who knows, Pilski, we might see some of our chatters here one day.
Yeah, I've had the fortunate opportunity to cast a couple of those contenders finals, and I always look at them and think like either the players that are making it to the end of the contenders are players already with some decent game changers experience, just putting a new team together, and they're going to look dangerous in the tournament, or it's some kind of fresh blood coming through that you can already tell are going to be really, really good in the main tournament once they make it there.
Yeah, and in addition to the open qualifiers, actually, I've been watching around. There was Al Majd, the MENA qualifier running today. The French one also running today. I think Beacon that ran last week. So we had a lot of fresh talent coming into the contenders. So it will be really interesting to see how they play through the contenders and to see all the regions clash in that tournament.
This is the thing. You could come through contenders, go into stage 3, have not played stage 1 and 2, win it, Inami, and go to champs.
Yeah, it's very doable, especially knowing historically, G2 has always through the last stage, so they usually give you that chance.
They do indeed, they do. But let's take a look at the bracket, because we are down to our top 3 now. We had I can't remember how many teams we started with. A lot. many teams, and now we're down to the 3. G2, of course, they make another grand final. Pretty expected, I feel like, at this point, Pilski. I know we said that any team can make it, any team can win, but it really does feel like right now G2 are maybe on for another title.
And look, a little bit of a different way of going about it, but we've actually ended up in a pretty same storyline. If you look at the bracket from stage 1, last time around, instead, it was G2 2-0ing Team Falcons to knock them into that lower final, and Giant X grinding it through the lower bracket game. This time it's the other way around, but we've ended up with the same top 3. We've ended up with the same lower final and the same team awaiting them in the grand finals. So let's see if anything's kind of changed around this time. And a couple of these teams have made some changes in terms of players, or made some changes in terms of the roles and the things that they do. So yeah, I'm really keen to see, because that means heading into stage 3, you're going to have a lot of the big teams with a lot of points behind them, and you know, it's going to be interesting to see who's outperforming each other and is going to make it through to chance from EMEA.
I do believe we have an interview ready, if I didn't hear, if I heard correctly. No, we don't. It's not ready just yet. We're just checking on some tech issues, but we will come back once the interview is ready. But yeah, Inami, looking at this bracket, are you surprised at our top 3?
I'm not surprised, but as a MENA fan, I want to mention that like the only team that took a map from G2 through that bracket has been Falcons. So watch out for the MENA talents.
Yeah, you tell him. I feel like you tell him. I mean, we even heard it earlier from Rescue that she's expecting Falcons in the finals, and she said, you know, Giant X, they might have a good chance as well, but I think a lot of other people might expect Falcons to run it back to back.
Yeah, could do. I think, I mean, even just looking at that lower bracket finals last time around, it went all 5 maps. Some of the maps were very one-sided to either side. Some of the maps were OTs, multiple OTs. You know, it really doesn't get much closer than that. So this time around, I really don't expect anything different between Giant X and Falcons. That's going to be a banger lower final game tomorrow.
Well, before we get to that, let's have a quick interview, shall we? I believe it's going to be Mad V from Falcons. Hi, Mad V. Congratulations on today's win. It was kind of a rematch. Of course, Mary wasn't there the last time you played against them, but it feels like you guys improved so much from that last time you played against NASR compared to today. How did you get this good in such a short amount of time?
I think us dropping to lowers early like helped us improve very much, because like it was more of a practice for us and we really needed it, especially that like Mary came new. And like we knew like first time we played them, we kind of threw some maps, and that's what happened.
I think we were all very surprised by the map vetoes. Of course, you guys haven't even played Split with Mary on the team. So what was the reason of picking that map today?
I think we just felt comfortable of playing it today. We scrimmed it today, and we just felt like playing it, and we just picked it.
I mean, you look great on it, so I can understand why you felt like playing it. And what was your reaction when you saw the NASR bind comp? We don't see that very often.
Yeah, and we were shocked that they picked bind because they never picked it. But like we know how the comp is, like what's the concept of their comp, and like it's I think it's easy to play against.
Well, was that more of like on the fly thing? Did you guys see the comp and go, we know exactly what to do?
Yeah, our coach told us like this comp works like this, and this is how to play against it, and we just adapt.
Oh wow, you guys listen to your coach very, very well there. I mean, that's a fantastic adaptation on the fly. I want to quickly ask you about NASR. Of course, you're very familiar with the players and as an organization as well, for them to make top 4. It does feel like it's a great opportunity for MENA as a region and all the talent from there. So what are your views on this?
Yes, of course, I'm proud that like 2 teams from MENA reached the top 4 of EMEA, and I know that their players, they're all insane players, and I'm proud of them.
We're very proud of them as well. Now, tomorrow, you have a very, very important best of 5 coming up, and it is another rematch. You played against Giant X already. What do you think about them as a team, and how do you think you're going to approach that lower bracket final?
First time we played them, like they played with us up, so I'm glad we can play them in their full like roster, and we're so confident going into this best of 5 tomorrow.
How confident?
Very confident.
Like a 3-0 confident?
Why not? Maybe.
Okay, I think
we play our game, we can do it.
Maybe I've cursed you. Maybe I've cursed you a little bit. And lastly, before I let you go, I think looking at your roster, we've seen how much work you guys have to put in. You know, the role changes coming in and also accommodating for a new player. But it feels like for you, you've just been the constant. You've been fragging, you've been making great calls, you've just been doing everything. So what's it like been for you to seeing everybody around you having to adjust?
Of course, I try to help everyone to adjust. Like, I am so proud of Toki too, because like I know Toki. At the beginning, it was hard for her to switch roles, but Toki is a smart player, so she can easily adapt. And for me, I'm so proud of everyone, and I'm very comfortable with this team.
We're proud of
Especially
you.
At this phase, yeah.
We're proud of you as well. Thank you very much, Madvi, for joining me, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
All right, let me bring back the desk real quick for that. I mean, it's great to hear from Madvi, the fact that they're confident, they've improved so much. They're doing great adaptations on the fly as well. I'm a little bit scared for Giant X, Inami. I don't know if they're going to be able to take this challenge tomorrow. I'm stressed.
They're still a Turkish team. They're still a very core Turkish team. They still showed us a lot. Like even after the loss of this today, let's not forget like all what these players have been bringing. Sarah has been insane through the whole stage. Smurfette is just Smurfette, honestly. Ness, even after the hard games, we've seen her being so strong. So I don't have much worries for GX. I just hope for a good match.
Yeah, same as me. I think, honestly, if Falcons play like that, it's going to be very hard. Like, I've seen some absolute stomps from Falcons and some very convincing maps from Falcons, and then I've seen some shaky ones from Giant X. So I know if they show up their full force, we'll get a really, really good game from them. We'll get a really good game in general, but I think I'm just a little worried Giant X, you know, the shakiness today will continue into tomorrow. They could be in for some problems. We'll see.
Well, it's going to be a best
I'm the MENA fan. I'm supposed to be like the hard believer.
Yeah.
How are you guys believing more?
No, I'm just...
I mean, how can you not? Look at how they just played. Like, they just played insane. Like, it's that recency bias, you know, seeing Falcons going crazy, and you just believe they're going to stomp tomorrow as well.
I love recency bias. But let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow because, Inami, you're going to be on the desk with me again. But, Pilski, you won't. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to push you for a scoreline. What's your prediction?
I'm going to go 3-2 Falcons. I think this went all the way last time around, and it was a 3-2 towards Falcons. I think Falcons has shown less shakiness in the games that I've watched from Giant X, but at the same time, the way that I look at it is like you've just switched all of your roles and it's working well when things are going well across a whole best of 5 against a core that's got like more tenure and more chemistry together. It's bound to fall apart at times, and Giant X is more than good enough to punish that. But I think that Falcons, when it works for them, it's going to work really hard. So I really wouldn't be surprised if there's some like stomps like for one team on one map and then a stomp for the other team on the next map, you know?
Okay, well, let's see if you're right tomorrow. I'm going to save your prediction, Inami, because you're going to be with me, so we can talk about this tomorrow. But thank you very much for you two for joining me. Congratulations to G2 for making a grand final, and of course, to the other teams that made the lowers as well. Thank you to Mitch and Tom for casting. We're going to be back for the lower bracket final of GX versus Falcons tomorrow. Have a lovely rest, everybody, and we'll see you then.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.